continue the vintage story run we've got going on. But yeah, so like I said, the goals are leatherworking, get it started, so we need to find lime or borax, preferably lime. Which that's just going to be running across the map looking. We want to get the iron going, which is going to be digging where there was an area where we found had a very, very high amount of iron in the area. We just have to physically find it. And then otherwise working on base stuff. So if we remember where we left off, we had come back after a long journey. So I need to go through, get a bunch of the crops we got growing on the farm, get those pulled up, and all that kind of stuff to get that into storage. And then from there, we'll go and do whatever farm adjustments we do, get that sorted. And once that's sorted, I believe the answer is going to be... That's where I either have to make the decision to explore looking for lime, or to... Okay, I don't have food on me. We need to explore looking for lime, or we need to go and... Just checking my situation here. We either need to explore looking for lime, or we need to go after the iron. Alright. I also need to plant my trees. Where do I have the rest of my trees there? Alright. We also need to move our kitchen, all that stuff upstairs. Oh, interesting, Bassett. Oh, right, we also got our slate. I forgot, at the end of yesterday's... Or not yesterday, at the end of the last stream of Vintage Story, I did get slate for making my roof. Also, check out Bassett doing some little rocket labs, so if you're looking for that, you can find that over there. Okay. Because for those who missed, we are working on actually getting our house built. Still not high enough to get up there. I need to make a rope ladder to climb the wall. Alright. So what we could do here is this. Okay, so with that, I need to remember the pattern for the roof. So we got the slanted roof, so that's a diagonal, like this. Alright, I'm gonna have to carry a lot more on this than I did. I remember it's a whole thing of figuring out how to position these. Because you get a thing later where you can rotate them, but I don't have it at the beginning. There we go. Alright. So if I'm not mistaken, I got a ton of slate in one of these boxes. Okay, what's the corner parts look like? Okay, we'll start with that and see how we go. Alright. And one thing I did forget that I need is I need corner blocks. That we could fill in the corners and do all that stuff. It's going pretty good. Just getting things started. Alright, so I just need corner blocks. I don't need to even be permanent. I just need something to start the next row of ceiling on, or roof. My soup should all be cooked when I get down below. That's annoying. Not surprising. Gonna put these here real fast. And that's the reasons I like the slate roofs. Materially, they're cheap and easy to make. They do look pretty good. Of course, then the question always comes, do you go the whole way up with it, or do you ultimately switch to something like flatten it out? Okay. I believe you just keep going straight up with it, eventually it just becomes a cone. Plus you also just sometimes run into the middle spot as not really usable. Okay, so I need to make more. This is why we put so much time into like grabbing all the slate the other day. Because I have enough that I can make this roof. Alright, so I could go up another tile, at which point then I'd have one flat in the middle. I think I'm going to flatten it out at this point, so it's not too much of a straight up cone. So I could probably do there. To grab another stack or two of cobblestone, or obviously I could probably make a... Yeah, I could make like the cobblestone, which is a nice straightforward one of doing. The fanned one I would need gravel and sand, which wouldn't look terrible. The dry slate I think would look bad, we don't want that. Yeah, we have a ridge style roof, that does me no good. We can have a tip. I mean, I can just straight up go for the cap. That's fine. Let's just go for the... Oh. Yeah, we just go for doing, like, the whole cone thing. I haven't done that before. And thank you, Earthrush, for the 430 stream streak. Catch the last 430 streams, not miss a single one. I do appreciate that. I also just realized I don't have enough blocks. So what we can do here is I deliberately put these in here. Just a temporary thing for holding them, because I had to have something to build off of. And thank you, Bakarami, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you use it here. And that means a heck of a lot. So I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so let's get in here. Take care of that. Don't be able to reach this from inside, so I'm going to go ahead and yoink these up before I put the sides in. Alright, so what was the pattern for the tip? Okay, so it goes like this. And weirdly it comes in a stack of 2. Alright, so it's a little bit cone-esque. Oh wait, I need to plug that hole. It's a little bit cone-esque. But we now at least have a ceiling on our home. Let's say, I wonder if you ever did a RimWorld run where your pawn randomly set with a number of rerolls kind of decided community dice rolls. Like one pawn gets 7 rerolls, you got to keep what shows up on roll 7. I mean, if you do it that way, we've definitely done runs where it's like, you do the Naked Brutality and you just take what you get. Like, it just rolls and you take what you get and you just have to make it work. Which is usually around, like, if you get stuck with a pacifist, okay, that's fine. Like, how to make work pacifist. And there's entire strategies around that. Rerolling 7 times as opposed to taking the first one, I kind of feel like that doesn't really change anything since it's just random chance. So why reroll it? But we've definitely done runs where I've taken like completely random pawns. It's actually one of the things I've been trying to force myself to do more recently is when it comes to a bunch of those like random roll kind of things, that to just avoid doing a bunch of rerolls and that nonsense, just like hitting the button and needing to choose up what we got there. Okay, so we finally got the weathers backed off. Never mind. What time in game is it? 3. Alright. So, one of the other things we wanted to do is we want to make a proper blacksmith up here. So a couple things I could do now is we can move our stove up here into the house. Because now that it has a roof, it won't be put out by the rain. So we should get that up here. I can go here, give me my cooking pot. Here to the fire pit. What else should I be bringing up? Bring those up. That's it for this. And there are mods that make this game, like, you can do way fancier stuff, so it's like mods where you can do like a proper set of stoves and all sorts of stuff. We're not gonna fuss that. Oh, I need to grab, for this to be functional, 4 firewood, and a single piece of grass. Alright. You'll definitely want like a dedicated, just your random storage between block and all that kind of stuff room. We'll get there when we get there. For right now, that gives me a functional stove, so we're good. We don't want to bring the food up here, because the issue you'll have with that is if I bring the food up here, it won't be in the cellar, so it'll rot faster. We do want to make a way down below that's hopefully interior. So that could take a couple different forms. One is I could put a stairwell down there. Trying to think of where I'd want to put it. So one, what I could do here is inside this interior space and go along with the walls, make a stairwell down here, and then like close it in and door it so it doesn't make this not a cellar anymore. Because we want this stuff to have where it's got like a year-long period to go bad. Another thing we need to do is I'm going to need to keep getting our honey going up. Yeah, no, we've done stuff related to like random. Oh, not that. Okay, so you are low on nitrogen, so nitrogen, nitrogen, nitrogen. I see. I understand. And I did see the one seed go flying off into the abyss. Okay. As you can see, it's finally harvest time. Some of this is ripening as we get here. It does help that it's raining, so anything that was getting a little on the dry side is getting its water. The reason I keep checking my inventory up every couple seconds is just the fact with what we're doing here. I am gradually filling up my inventory. What? What? I only took the tiniest bit of damage. I have no idea what hurt me. It's taking a minute. There's a damage log. Maybe hail. Oh, it could be hail. That's right, hail is a thing in the game. Twig went under your nails punching plants. Honestly, the worst. Will not survive. Weep for me. Okay. Our inventory is getting full. We are gonna have to move a bunch of stuff around here. Where did the mushroom I just grabbed? Oh, there you are. So onion goes in there. Grab the mushroom out of here. Put a stack of this in here. You in there. You have multiple full stacks of rye. Get the boards and the clay out of here. Get the flint and the bandages out of here. Go way over here and chuck the clay in there. Definitely need to do way more cleanup on all this. Where am I? Oh, I think I put it over here in this corner box, didn't I? Okay. So get all that in there. Time to bring the rye? Yes. It looks like the fennel actually takes quite a while to grow. Ah, I see who did it. He just chilled over there and chucked a rock at me. And we've reached the point that the only thing we should see maybe fully grown is the turnips. Okay. Cool, so let's grab something that requires nitrogen. And start on the bottom here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run all the way up the hill. And we're going to spot all the places that are only 2 wide from the water. And we're just going to check whatever fertilizers are available there, and we're going to plant something there. So we've got U for that, U for potassium, U for... Yep. So we got our 3 different ones here. Let's swap them out. So you only want to go 2 wide, and we'll probably have other ones that come up due for harvest while we're doing all this. Because we are right on the fence of everything being done. Okay, so potassium is low. There you go. There you go. Or not potassium, nitrogen is low. And I've got nothing for P. It's either N or K. Alright, all those are just nitrogen. I have literally nothing else here that is not nitrogen. I'm basically just watching the soil here. There's numbers on the top. If the N is lower, then we can't plant that thing there. I mean, that one, all the values are so high. Oh, actually. Okay, looks like we're all planted for now. That's not true. Probably not the fennel. That takes forever to grow. Keep planting the rye. The rye is nitrogen, primarily. Okay. So, yep. So we do have a ton more seeds, but the problem is they all depend on nitrogen as the primary thing in the soil. And all the soil we did, I just used nitrogen-heavy stuff. So all of these seeds I still have here. I can't really justify putting in. They won't grow as fast. So I'm just going to kind of leave those spots open. Alright, so for right now, chuck all those seeds in there. Alright, so we've got all this stuff. What's probably going to need to happen is we're going to need to shift stuff around. So grab all the grains out of here, and this will be your veggie jar. Grab the mushrooms out. Put you in. And according to the game rules, mushrooms are vegetables. But I don't have room in there anyways. So you got all that. Put the mushrooms in here for now. Now we get the blacksmith, that'll move over. Okay. Meanwhile, let's go check over here. See where we've got our string, because we did pull up some flax. So I might be able to get myself another big backpack. Nice. That is enough for another backpack. Okay, just make sure we didn't have anything in there. Drop you here. Okay. Deal with that later. Okay, so with this we'll grab four of you, four of you, four of you. Grab a couple more carrots. So we can make ourselves our next batch of food. So right, we got a roof on our house. And at least got our cooking stuff up here now. And yes, I realize that's like fire up against a wood wall. In Vintage Story, there's actually very little things that trigger fire spread. These pit kilns being the prime culprit. So you don't need to go too sweaty in that. Oh. That's right, I can't nap with shale. At some point we'll want that. We can go over here real fast. Make yourselves a knife. Let's see, so funny story, in real life, a pub near you grew up had a hardwood fireplace that only the floor is brick. It's been like 60 years when you saw it. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely times you can wood frame something that creates fire, and if the fire just doesn't get hot enough, it's totally fine. But it's one of those things that's pretty easy to not realize it's getting too hot, and then find yourselves in trouble. The other predicament that you still have 150 something calories before you can get another batch. Okay, so at some point we're going to want to get shale to do this spot. That's fine. I've also really got to start cleaning some of this stuff up. Yeah, you can see so much of this. I can do pass after pass, and just each lap find more plants that have fully grown. Eventually this gets a lot easier that I'll end up coming out here, and like after the winter we'll have like a whole area that'll be whatever batch of stuff. Right, so I wanted to ditch the soil. I'm not going to focus on trying to plant all the stuff down here on the end, I don't think. I'm mostly just trying to take the dirt in my inventory and get out of my inventory. Because I don't have a stone hoe, or I don't have a hoe hand. Oh, actually, yeah, we do. We made a copper, or a bronze hoe, sorry. It's fine. We won't worry about it right now. Okay. We can run down here. Drop off this for now. Oh, phew. There is light in here. Yeah, it's one of those things. You'd think a room this small, the torch would be good enough. It's not. And it's one of those things that bothers me, is it's like, it's really kind of tricky to get your place bright enough to be like, okay, now you don't have to deal with spawns. So you get lanterns and all that, it's easier. Well, yeah. No, that one threw me. Oh, the flax I can just plant wherever. All the rest of you are nitrogen. Like Minecraft mod packs added, it kind of feels like you have a key, you can hold to highlight spawnable tiles. Yeah, I could definitely see use for that. I made the comment a couple of times. I do feel like Vintage Story would really benefit for some stuff to make it a little bit more transparent of like, okay, you know, this isn't bright enough for the things. And you can go into, it's not like a dev mode, but like a, there's like a utility mode where it'll show like the lighting on the tiles and all that and all sorts of information. You can use that to determine. But I almost feel like there should be like an ominous haze or something, or like, okay, the ominous haze is here. Clearly that's a danger tile. Let me get more light. That kind of thing. Alright, so we got that settled for right now. We got our home built. We got a bunch of food down. We got a pretty significant harvest of food. I'm probably not going to get a full harvest of the grains after this, but we could likely get other stuff. So if we look for magnetite, we did find a place the other day. Yeah, so I got a good spot of magnetite down there. So that could be something to work on. Oh, it's just the flowers, that's fine. Yeah, so magnetite is... Yeah, we should go west, then south, not go straight towards it because of the cliffs. Yeah, I mean, you could show the numbers, but unless you tell the player what the numbers mean so far as, like, here is the cutoff to when they do and don't spawn, that doesn't help that much. I could see it doing a thing where it's, like, green, you're in the clear, like, no enemies can spawn there. And then, like, yellow is, like, you're in the clear, but, like, you are right on that fence. And then you'll have, like, red, which is, like, okay, enemies can spawn there. Keep that one, because that's a good bush. If I remember correctly, it colored the thing with a red if it could spawn there. What colored what with thing? Like most things in Vintage Story, there's a mod that can show you when the light is too low. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's kind of my comment with it. I do wish the game, without requiring you to get mods, had that kind of like, when you're placing. For low light spots, Right, but you're talking like just base game or mods, or like I have to bring up there's like almost like an analytics diagnostic kind of tool, like, oh, a mod? Yeah. Well, when I'm talking about these things, I'm always talking base game, because mods can solve all those problems. But at the same time, like for commentary about things that the game has shortcomings of, I would definitely say some of the transparency around where enemies can and not spawn and the rules there. It can be sometimes hard to tell, because you'll be like, I swear I lit this place up enough, I shouldn't be able to spawn enemies. And it could be a spot that's like one spot in the corner is ever so slightly too dark. You think Minecraft has a mod at 11 to show FPS? Yeah, this one also has a thing where you can go and you can hit buttons and see like tons of information. Alright, well, we actually haven't prospected here, so let's go ahead and do this while we're sitting right here. Do our diligence with this kind of stuff. Decent cinnabar and native copper. Got a bunch of quartz here. Okay, nothing excited with this spot of the ruin. I've definitely gone to these ruins before and taken a shovel with me and just dug up the ground around them and found all sorts of good stuff. Bony soil, always love to see bony soil. Let's see, even the some indication window that shows the room type when you shut the door would be nice. Yeah, just something, or like even when you like look at the container, it's like, okay, you know, this is a cellar. Like, you know, the game being like, hey, I recognize this as the thing you're trying to make. Like little UI stuff like that would be nice, because there's definitely ways to figure it out. But sometimes they can be kind of cryptic that, unless you're like looking information up, you're probably not going to be aware of. I should eat these berries first, they last the least amount of time. Alright. Hey, Purple Defender, how's it going? Or like in the UI, being able to see like the rate you're gaining hunger would be nice. That way it gives you an in-game way to figure out, being like, wait a second, you know, I'm holding something in my offhand, like, or like why it is, like, you'd have your hunger go up, then you could like mouse over and be like, here's the things contributing to your hunger, that kind of stuff. Just, you know, in-game path of discovery. You don't need to hold the hand and be like, player, by the way, you're doing the thing that makes you get the hunger faster. Player. You don't need to do any of that kind of crap. 3.69. Yep, so that's the sweet spot back here. So I'm going to go right at the pin. Alright, well, I know I've got that spot right there. I'm gonna go ahead and do it this way. And actually, one thing you should do is sometimes you get lucky and you'll tap immediately and be like, by the way, the ore's just like right there before you start digging down looking. Medium amounts of flint. Hey, Annabelle, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. If we can have a shout out for Annabelle Jewel, I'd much appreciate it. But what were you streaming and how did it go and all that good stuff? Playing some Minecraft. I hope you had fun with your Minecraft. We're doing some Vintage Story, which is pretty good. Doesn't it show the hunger rate on the character screen, or maybe that's a mod? I do not see a hunger rate. I'm not saying you're... Oh, wait, no, there. A hunger rate, 120. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't give you any breakdown of what contributes to it. You just have to know. It would be nice if you could, like, mouse over and it gave you that information. Like, being like, hey, you're too cold, hunger rate's up. Hey, you've got something in your offhand, hunger rate's up. Hey, you're wearing armor, hunger rate's up. That kind of deal. Alright. They're digging down just because it has a very high chance of hematite. Playing some ATM 10, and some microcolonies while I wait for the research gens to start. I have no idea what most of that means. But that's cool. I hope you're having fun with it and all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so right now we're just digging down. Hoping we can find a nice large hematite, or magnetite, sorry, not hematite, magnetite node to go for. So see me just switching back and forth between this. And eventually what I'll do... Oh, I wonder, actually, one second. One trick we can do is we can go magnetite, or actually we can go iron. And I believe, because there's meteoric iron... Actually, magnetite should show up here. So what I should be able to do... Yeah, so you can see the different types of ore that magnetite can show up in. So, the different chunks... we can see, so there's not many. So we've got chalk can have magnetite. Andesite can have magnetite. Conglomerate can have magnetite. Slate can have magnetite. Claystone can have magnetite. And I think that's the whole list. So we are an andesite. So this is the layer it can potentially show up. Yeah, no, yes, I'm unaware of those ones. Nothing wrong with the mods, just... it's one I'll personally be pretty unaware of. I didn't make myself a spare bronze pickaxe for this. Which is probably not the right choice. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do is, like, every second or third rotation I'm doing this, we should be able to see, like, 5 or 6 tiles up and down into the sides. And as we go deeper, we will start having our stability decline. We'll start seeing that gear turn to the left. It's just the nature of the beast. You also have the danger of more dangerous enemies spawning down below. Generally speaking, what I should be doing for this is, instead of the way I'm making this, like, spinning staircase, I probably should be instead making a ton of, like, rope ladder. That way it could drop down pretty easy. Let's see, plan to give this a go at some point. You're hoping to pick up some of the survival skills from you. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's excellent. It's kind of ruined me for Minecraft just because you get used to having, like, significant increased depth into this game, and you run into kind of the problem where it's like, you go to Minecraft and how fast you can do stuff, and it doesn't hit the same. Like, it's not bad, but it almost feels like, you know, you've played Minecraft in survival and then you switch to creative mode. It feels like that, while not being quite that big thing. Where just the speed and ease at which you can do stuff feels weird. And the reason I'm targeting this specific spot and going down is we did run around and put a bunch of pins down, and this is the spot we had the highest % chance of finding magnetite. It's at ultra high, which granted is only 3%. Well, 3 and some change. Alright, we're starting to hit the depth. If you look, our gear in the middle is very slowly turning left. So we are deep enough. The stability is very gradually going down. Now it's starting to pick up the speed a little bit. And it will just continue to get worse and worse as we go deeper. I'm actually desperately trying to remember if 0 in depth is like the actual bottom of the world or it goes negatives, because I honestly don't remember. I think it does go in the negatives. Yes. Yes, it is, Ultra. Thank you. Hope things are going good for you and all that good stuff. And can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way, another fantastic content creator on the platform that I highly recommend checking out. Does play a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. You're okay, bit of a headache? Well, that's no fun. I hope your headache backs off. Ooh, that gear is starting to turn. Like, proper turn. But I'm doing pretty good. Got myself some tacos for Taco Tuesday. Making the most of the day and all that. Very large amounts of magnetite. Alright. So what I want to do is start trying to figure out exactly where that magnetite is relative to where we are. It's probably still below us. Alright, so that still triggers very large. Okay, so I should be able to go that way. And unfortunately, very soon my pickaxe is going to break. Still very large. 2, 3. Still very large. What I'm trying to do here is get an estimate like these two cardinal directions. Which side of me the magnetite is on. Is it straight down? Large. Okay, so we know that's not the way to go. I'm actually feeling very comfortable. It's probably below us. So about halfway through here. Let's go hit a couple tiles this way. We need to get out of here. Not super long. I'm also going to break my pickaxe here in just a minute. Huge amount of magnetite. Alright, so it's this way more. It's more huge amounts. Because the more that goes down, the more likely you are to have enemies spawn on us. And this deep, the enemies spawning us will actually be really dangerous enemies. They'll hit very, very hard. Potentially one-shotting me. Very large. Okay. So we're in kind of this sweet spot. So... Wait, was that an enemy I heard? Okay. So it could be up or down. Well, that's it. Let's come back. My pickaxe just broke, and I didn't bring a spare. I definitely should make a rope ladder for a lot of this. The big problem with the rope ladder is it just takes a lot of vine to make. Or, you know, linen, that kind of stuff. Alright, so now we're starting to get out from deep underground. We are starting to see the gradual, like, recovering of, our stability. It's putting a little bit of a wall over there. Alright. So we can eat that. We'll work our way back home, and we're gonna want to probably make like 2 or so pickaxes. But with that, we'll have the magnetite. Now, one of the things with the magnetite is right now I don't have actually everything I need to take advantage of it. I am going to have to make what's called a bloomery. Because we're going to be using like a really, really old school technique for making our iron ore. And pretty much what that boils down to is you make this kind of this clay, like clay brick thing that you can really hold the heat in. Put a bunch of coal and your iron ore in there, and so what ends up happening is you get to a really, really hot heat that you can then, you know, turn it into effectively iron, like metal that you can use. But it's going to have all sorts of junk from the coal, like, caught up in it, so it'll be very impure. And then once you deal with that, you pull all that junk out, you heat it up in your forge, and then you know, bang out all the extra crap, so you have just your iron left over to make your iron ingots. Once I have that, I have my iron tools, and then we can start making stuff like iron pickaxes and hammers and all that kind of nonsense. And once you have iron, the only better metal in the game by default is steel, and steel is like a whole process. Like, the iron has, like, the one extra step with the bloomeries, because you don't technically melt it, you make it malleable. You know, soft enough so you can, like, bang on it with a hammer to get what you're looking for. Did I not go north enough? Okay, so we want to keep going north before we start cutting into these hills. Because these hills are very, very rugged terrain. Okay. Well, the good news is that does mean we have 100% located iron. So with that, while we're figuring out, like, getting ourselves a bronze pickaxe, that kind of stuff, let's look at what we're going to need to do. I'm going to need to make a lot of brick, I believe. Clay brick. And we're going to need to use that to make some bloomeries. And you do, like, bloomeries are destructive in nature. You build the bloomery, you smelt the iron, and then you smash your bloomery to get the iron out of it. And you just have to do that a bunch of times. I definitely need to make myself some kind of road through this area. All these hills and plateaus and ledges and all that are making navigating, especially at night, pretty rough. I didn't mean to get a whole lot of flowers in my inventory. Okay. I do actually want a cutting of that. That bush, it's a pretty good one. Alright. And we're almost home. Let's go over our farm and see what we got here again. I also need to go over here because I've got some red currant. Honestly, separating these out to have one gap, let's stop doing that. Okay. I got a ton of andesite to drop off. We do have a bunch of shale, which I'm going to keep in my inventory for a minute. And the reason I'm doing that is we are starting to work on our blacksmithy, and I'm making it out of shale cobblestone for the moment. I need to find which of these I chucked my clay in. Alright, grab that. That's fine for right now. We can go into here, drop off the little bit of rye we got. We got more clay down here. That's probably what we need in here more. Let's see. So, we need to make clay brick, Right, so we make our clay brick. Pretty straightforward. And then we use the clay brick to make the actual brick. Oh, that doesn't make... Alright, we need to look back at what a bloomery needs, because it's been a hot minute. Alright, bloomery requires... Oh, right, it's fire clay. Right. And then fire clay, I need to find fire clay itself. Okay. So we're not ready to actually do the iron. Oh, did we not get a shout out for Ultra? I apologize. But yeah, no, absolutely check out Ultra Source. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly recommend. Plays a lot of summer games that we play here on the channel. Definitely one of the channels that, like, when I wrap up stream, I end up over there pretty close to every single time she's live. It is what it is. And all that good stuff. Yeah, no, you're good, Luxray. I just admit that the shout-out hadn't happened. We always love accepting people who are escaping the trees. And who have crabs. As long as there's garlic butter sauce, of course. Now you don't know what you want. Alright, so we're getting our blacksmithy started. Still has a ways to go. We've got a ton of the bony soil. We'll want that to make a lantern later. You're in there. Alright, meanwhile, let's grab all our seeds out of here. Okay, you're all nitrogen. I might be able to get another round of the grains going. We'll see. I don't think so. We'll be planting in July, and the grains, while they're great for storage, they do take a long time to grow, which does greatly limit my options there. Alright, so we can put the flax there, because we just use nitrogen-rich. You're nitrogen-rich. Oh, I should grab my hoe. There we go. I did make it. Yeah, so it basically seems like right now we found the magnetite, but unfortunately with what I was doing, I can't take advantage of it yet. So we shouldn't push it. Nitrogen rich, nitrogen rich. And the reason I'm noting that nitrogen rich is planting something that requires nitrogen rich soil in a place you've just done nitrogen rich crops will stunt its ability to grow. It'll be too nutrient deficient. It's such difficulty identifying the flax that is fully grown. It's like the top is slightly darker. Okay. So with that, we've got all that area surrounded, because I don't want to go 2 tiles out. Once we go far in that, we've been having problems keeping it watered. The water doesn't soak through the soil that far. It'd be interesting for the game to add the idea that some crops, if you let it get up to the point of seeding, you get a massively reduced payout, as it were. Because that's the thing that happens in real life, is some crops, if you let it get to the point of seeding, it ruins the fruit or the greenery or whatever. So, like, that kind of stuff happens with stuff like onions and all that. You do run into the problem, like, once they start flowering and seeding and all that, you know, it makes the actual thing bitter. So it's very, very undesirable. Happens with a lot of leafy greens, too, like your broccoli and all that. Alright, so let's check this stuff on the edge. Okay, that's all. I always forget whether it was potassium K? Because it's like phosphate, potassium, and nitrogen are your primary nutrients for crops in that manner. It's always potassium and phosphate. I always get the characters that I'm like, is it that way? Alright, so that's already been the potassium there. That one's basically just good to go with whatever we plant there. Nitrogen's usually the limiting one. Yeah, no, I remember it was a whole thing when I was doing all my gardening and all that stuff. It was, generally speaking, for bigger, greener, leafier plants, I needed more nitrogen. For, like, fruiting and flowering, you still needed nitrogen, but usually that was to get, like, the plant established. And then you wanted to switch off to... I can't remember if it was... it's been so long. I think it was, like, phosphate that a lot of the flowers and fruit needed more of. Because that was actually a big thing I ran into, was some of my stuff was too nitrogen rich, so I get these giant, ridiculous plants. But then they wouldn't produce much. Until I started to get the hang of that. It's a whole, like, interesting thing getting into that. Like, figuring out what nutrient balances you should be doing based on the crops you want to grow and all that kind of stuff. What are you requiring? Oh, carrots also require that. And thank you. We don't technically have the setting that limits your ability to move water sources, but we're kind of like honorarily pretending I don't have the ability to do it, because I'm only going to use it for like handling the blacksmith and that kind of stuff, so I don't have to run around and drag water into my house again and again. But we're treating it like that is turned on. And so I went to find a waterfall right there to use that as effectively a channel or an aqueduct or whatever. Okay, all the rest of that's nitrogen. I probably should focus on the turnip, even though those grow the fastest, so you end up with a bajillion of them. I'm getting a little leery that we're midsummer now. If I keep planting stuff that has a long grow time, I'm just not going to get the crop on the other end. Terrace farming, thank you! I was trying to remember the other day the word for it. It kept being like shelves, plateaus, whatever. It's like there's a word for us. It's terrace was the word I was looking for that I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, the plan is to just have it drop down until we hit like ground level. Go up there, so there's some turnips. Now I'm checking which grain that was. It's rye. Oh, I must have jumped in the water with my torch. I'm sitting there staring at my torch being like, why is my torch out? I'm having the stuff is growing to a point I can harvest it for full yield as I'm actively working on this. Okay, so you're all full up. You're all full up. Yeah, because for those who missed, we learned that this tile gets 75% moisture, that gets 50, 25, and then 0. So I'm trying to only go 2 tiles out, and then later on I'll run water along the other side of it. So we're trying to not go past that, so that's the reason I'm not planting wider than this. Okay, we don't have anything else harvested this far down. Okay, so we can go ahead and run back up here. Drop off the seeds and the crops we've got. They also changed the way the fruit work and all that. They used to be you just grabbed a bush and just shoved it in the ground when, you know, thumbs up, we're good to go. And they did change it now, so it is like you have to take like a cutting of it, you have to wait till it grows and establishes itself. And it's like, okay, it's pretty cool. Also, a lot more work. Alright, let's grab you. Chuck you on the ground. There we go. Eat our vegetable soup. So I now have a lot of string. So let's check. So with the string, about the only things it's good for is candles, pulp, and flax. Flax twine. Right now, I don't care about the candles and the pulp. So boom, boom, flax twine. We got a bunch of it. Alright, so we can then look at the flax twine, and it can make almost everything. The first thing I think I want to... What was the mining bag's requirements? We need a sheet. Then I need a bronze plate. Okay, so it only needs to be bronze quality plate. So technically I could make a mining bag, and the mining bag is really nice to have at least one mining bag, because it's a 12 slotter. And for context, my bags here are, you can't see it because I'm covering up, but it's a 5 slotter. So very, very genuinely, the mining bag is huge. But now I do have a problem. I've got my 4 ingots there, and it takes 2 ingots to make a plate. So that's a problem. We could probably make this work though. Let's grab our iron, or copper here. I actually forgot I have a tiny bit of iron we got from somewhere. We got our cassiterite. So remember, it's 8... Oh, wrong one. It's 18 of you. The 2 of you make the bronze. Then do 18 of you again. And for those that didn't see, you can actually fudge the numbers a little bit. It's a percentage, like, you need to be X percent of one or the other to make the different metals. That should give me 2 more ingots. And while that heats up, we can go ahead and grab our brown coal, our garbage tier coal. Get your fresh hammer. Okay, so you're gonna take a while to heat up. We've got our hammer ready. We got our tongs ready. Let's grab this. Start you warming up. And enjoy ourselves, you know, burning tremendous amounts of coal in a nice enclosed space. Alright. Yeah, so... You're probably becoming a pickaxe and a prospecting... Actually, do I have a spare prospecting pick? I do. So you're probably becoming a pickaxe. Nope, don't do that yet. Let's actually just straight up... Well... Okay, you can pour 1 out to be an ingot and 1 just to... There's our pickaxe. And an ingot. There you go. Bronze plate. And I'm just gonna do the thing where we have this. Is there automation capability of late game like Minecraft, or is it mostly analog crafting? You just got into here so far. So there is some stuff you can automate quite a bit. To give you an idea, the metal plates I'm making right now is one of those things that we can pretty heavily automate. And so that is one of those things that you can get what's called a hell hammer. You run on a windmill, and you just put the hot ingots there and just smack them into a metal plate that you could then use for whatever you want a metal plate for. But this one I'm going to make a mining bag. And we are using the Napster mod, which instead of having to like manually go and push everything over and all that stuff, it is a thing that I do need to, like, we're not having to hit each individual one. It's cool to do like the base crafting the game has. It's really kind of cool stuff. But after you've crafted so many things, eventually you're like, you know what? I just don't need to. Let's see, I saw you using a waterfall for your popcorn. Does water physics not run out as long as it's a slope? It's like Minecraft where it'll go like 6 or so tiles and then it'll kind of like come to a stop. But then if you drop it in elevation, it can go 6 more tiles. The water in this game behaves very, very much like Minecraft. You know, for better or worse. Okay, so I believe we do this, then this. Ow. Wait, I've got my tongs. Why did that burn me? Alright, well, just wait for it to cool down then. Look, if I want to grab something that's 950 degrees Celsius, let me live my life. I do think it's good that the tongs actually wear out now. I think that was a good change. Alright, so we'll get the mining bag. We're not going to worry about the sturdy mining bag. That's a later us thing. I know we shouldn't judge it as Minecraft, but the mechanics-wise, they look very similar. Yeah. No, it definitely has a common background with Minecraft. So it is fair to be like, how does this compare with Minecraft and all that? I don't even remember what the sieve does. Oh, that's right. You make paper from it and everything. Wait, this is in Minecraft? I have been misled. That's, I think it pointed out to you last time you played. There is a, what is it, like, not Minecraft? I don't remember what the command is. There's a command to say it's not Minecraft because of how many people playing it. You know, they'll have the person who asks us if it's Minecraft. It's such the point it's almost an annoyance to people. I don't care personally. Yes. There's not more to add to that. Just yes. But thank you so much, Ultrasaurus, for the tier 1 sub. This 21 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate the continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, you think is this Minecraft? Yeah, I don't remember what it is. But there's literally a command in the game because of how often people be like, is this Minecraft? Or like what mod or like what texture pack or whatever you're using. And it puts like big text in the top left. You think it's dot, not Minecraft? There it is. Yeah. And it puts a command in the thing in the top right that says, no, this is not Minecraft. Which I do appreciate the cheekiness around that. Look, let me live. Oh, actually, that is a problem. Okay. That actually did technically cool it off faster, having me pick it up and burn myself on it again and again. I don't know why, but yeah. Toss water on it? I can. I just don't have water handy is all. The other thing we want to do is check what we can make with this. So I can make linen armor, which uses a lot of cloth. We can also make our wood bed. Not gonna make the scrap bomb. Right, and this is if we want to make cloth armor. How much does it take to make a bolt of cloth? Oh, it's 1 cloth, 1 stick. That's actually not bad. Yeah, so we can make our, we can make a bunch of our shirts. Yeah, so it's just 4 bolts there and some thread. Not seeing any pants, though. And you can apparently dye your stuff different colors. Oh, here we go. Homespun pants. Alright, so that'll be good. That'll probably be good for us to go into winter. That I can make some, I can make myself some pants, some gloves, and all that. You think the blocky visuals are about where the comparison ends? Minecraft is for everyone, and Vintage Story is for #gamers. Yeah, no, it's definitely, like, they have a common background stuff. So, like, there is that there. That's fine, we can just run up and pull up some of our crops while we wait. Like, they've got a common background in that this did technically start as a Minecraft mod way back. But then they decided to, like, branch off and go their own way. You know, and now it's been, like, years they've been working on this game as its own independent thing. Where, you know, over time, you know, it deviates farther and farther and farther from where it started. Yeah, it definitely seems like the fennel is pretty slow growing. Okay. Just trying to make sure everything's planted up as much as we can. I was making the comment previously, it's like, you know, for a place that's supposed to rain all the time, we weren't getting any rain. And since I complained about it, we've been getting pretty perpetual rain. Which I'm not unhappy about. You buy copies for your friends all the time, just so you want to experience it? It's such an exceptional experience in gaming. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely, absolutely. I very much enjoy the game. It does a good job of making like progress, you know, happen, you know, gradually and incrementally and feel meaningful and all that. Let's see. So you are flax grain. Don't have any more room for flax grain there, so you're gonna go in that box. There's our charcoal. You cool enough for me to deal with now? Yeah, you are. Alright, so boom, boom. Boom. And now I've got our mining bag. Let's shift you down. Grab you like this, shift you over, put you here. Now, one of the nice things about the mining bag is you can actually put all your mining tools in your mining bag. So it's not strictly ore and all that. Opening up lots of inventory space. Also grab another basket, chuck it on the floor. Actually, no, I'm not. Give me those. I don't need these anymore, so let's rip them apart and make them back into reeds. Let's go over here to where I've got my clay storage. Make our skep. Alright. Cool, so I got a bunch of the skeps for the beehives and all that. We will want to probably make more fences and all that, but let's go check on our bees. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, I've had a lot of people like, oh man, the game is so slow, like, you know, people who haven't played it yet, they'll be like, oh man, the game is so slow. It's like, right, if you're talking milestones of, like, okay, so you got a bee population large, bee population small. Go ahead and start placing these down. Let the bees continue to spread. Gonna need more flowers. But if you compare it against stuff like Minecraft and all that, and they'll be like, oh yeah, like, progress is so slow, you're looking at, you know, how long it takes you to get pickaxe. But the way I usually push back on that is like, okay, yes, from the standpoint of how long did it take you to make a pickaxe, tremendously slow. Absolutely ridiculously slow. But at the same time, if you look at it, the number of things you do in the progress of going for the pickaxe, you accomplish so much. You get like the napping, you get the clay working, you get all this other stuff going on. You make your molds, you get pit kilns, you get your charcoal pit. You got like all these different systems you engage with that, you know, just don't even exist in Minecraft. And so it's like, right, so if you're going by the metric of, you know, time to pickaxe, yeah, it's awful. But at the same time, you stop and actually kind of go, okay, but what did I get done in the meantime? You actually do get a lot of stuff sorted out that helps tremendously kind of go, yeah, but you're accomplishing so much. Okay. Okay, so you've got a large nearby population, you got a small one. I might have those crowded up on each other too much, which is a possibility. Alright, let's go back over here. I'm gonna need one to make myself more soup. Eventually we'll switch over to pie. And to live our best pie life. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4. Just trying to have a good gauge of which ones I've got the most for. Alright. Okay, get ourselves some more soup going. Alright, that does mean the things we need to do is we're going to need to be exploring. And the things we're aiming for finding with that exploration is I either need to find, like, limestone, chalk, borax would be another good one. Those will be important for doing the leather working, so I can start turning our leather over and all that. We do have plenty of fabric so that when it or plenty of this so that when it does get cold, I can make myself clothes to stay warm. We also need to be lookout for the fire clay. And if I remember correctly, when it comes to fire clay, if we look for the bitmouses coal or whatever that's called, that can have fire clay underneath it. And unfortunately, we've only seen minuscule amounts everywhere we've tagged so far. So I do think we're going to start exploring north, because we've been mostly focused on going south, hitting the shoreline, all that. So it'd be worth going east, going north, going northwest. Bauxite deserts, if you remember too. I got a pocket over here of bauxite. Yeah, because I believe you can find it just naturally, like, on the ground there. So it might be worth checking my spot of bauxite over there. It's not a big area, unfortunately. Uh-oh. Actually, looks like we already did a cut through here. I'm not seeing any obvious, like, among this where you have, like, different colors that would be likely fire clay. Yeah, so I think we do. If you weren't looking, fire clay is very easily missed. This is true. We can check, it won't hurt anything. The biggest problem is I have this mountain ridge right here. It really sucks to cross that thing. So probably need to go west and then south to it. But, what I might do is I might just start having us head north. Anyways, and the reason I'm thinking that is I do need to find, like, limestone, borax, stuff like that. And then we might just get lucky and find what we're looking for otherwise. I guess right now, just put this in the bar. Okay. It's also not a very particularly large box of desert. So it's entirely possible we just didn't get any spawning there. It might be. We can certainly check whenever I go and I need, like, boxes. I can go over there to get my boxes, and then on top of that we can check for while we're in the neighborhood. Wouldn't south be better? So far, I've already explored a lot south, and we haven't looked north at all. So that's part of the logic here, is not so much which direction do I have the better odds of finding the thing necessary, it's we don't know what's in that direction, so I might just go north and find, like, an entire area of chalk or limestone. I could find some of the coal that has the fire clay spawn underneath it. We genuinely just don't know what's that direction. We might also find another ocean or something that'll make navigating easier. Oh, not that. Because I think that's my northmost peg right there. The good news is when we do get to the point of doing our leatherworking and we need to make tannin, I got oak everywhere. And lots of it. So I won't need to go hunting for an oak tree forest. Was that not a wolf that just ran away from me? Okay. Just in case. So 1, 2. There we go. Alright, we got very high cassiterite. So that's good news for if we need to make more bronze. Light spotted. Yeah, not any meaningful amounts, but yeah, no, we'll definitely want to do that eventually. I believe, wasn't halite where we find the, I forget what the goop is on the wall that you use to ultimately make tetra. Yeah, it's salt. So we're talking really, really late game stuff. Oh, wait, that's a jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lantern is poisonous. Yep, for those who haven't seen how I do this, basically I grid out my map that I will go about a screen on the mini-map, then I'll go put down a survey spot, then I'll go about a screen on the mini-map. Ah, that's not a good spot. Because if I do that, then, like, no matter what I'm looking for, you know, I can just keep putting down pins. Yeah, no, actually I've already found an iron node, like, and a large one. The issue is I don't have the fire clay to make the bloomery to do anything with it yet. So rather than going out of my way to grab it right now, we're working on trying to get that. But yeah, no, I actually have it where I detected it was, like, huge amounts. Ooh, good, death cap. We detected huge amounts. Like, actually dug down and, like, did the thing where it was within 5 tiles. I didn't hit it yet, but, like, I know it's right where I was looking. You think they added a way to do fire clay? I think so. Here, we can go like this, fire clay. Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, it was, calcinated flint. Which you can do, but it requires a lot of flint to do any meaningful amount, which we can get down with doing that. So 1. 2. Yeah, no, it's not terrible. You just have to go out of your way to collect a lot of flint. Yeah, I could definitely go on, like, a campaign of deforestation to get the fuel. Honestly, don't sweat the fuel side of it. Alright, well, field mushroom, we can eat those. I was thinking I probably should go out of my way that when I see flint, start picking it up again. Whoop. And we have a spot with copper right here. Alright, Passette, you sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in, hanging out. And this is why I don't typically leave cabins turned on. Because right then, when I hit that first spot, we would have just fallen through all of that. Yeah, like just walking on this, the floor would have collapsed. One. Two. Okay, nothing too exciting over here. Wavy cap. We can eat it. Definitely sounds hallucinogenic. Alright, so we got a local goods trader. You are willing to sell me various weapons and whatnot. And in return, you want bread and fabric and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and mark that. Hasn't put down a pin in a little while, so let's go ahead and do that. And we'll check here. Which one are you? You are zinc. So that'd be for like... the bismuthite bronze and all that. Red wine mushrooms, we can eat those. What the? The one definitely sounded like a horse. I'm not sure what the other sound I heard. So I've got a bunch of sand over here. See some trees way in the distance. Alright, that's looking exciting. That could be a bunch of things up there. So I have andesite here. That's not going to do me any good for anything. And once again, forgetting to put down my pins. Need to stay on top of that. Because you never know when you're going to be crossing over a place that's got, like, particularly great ores. But you're blissfully unaware because you didn't bother to check. even if they're not great ores, like, eventually you start running out of stuff like copper and all that. 3. Cool, even more copper. Love to see it. We're definitely doing well in the copper department because we found 2 more surface copper. For those who don't know, anytime you see ore on the surface like that, it means directly below you is a vein. So when you find that, you're just like, alright, cool, we're in good shape. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. One, 2. And nothing worth mentioning here. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I did just hear my wife get home, I believe. So I'm gonna need to run downstairs real fast. Just to check real quickly. What am I looking for? Yeah, she's home. I could hear her with her phone. Alright, let me go ahead and run downstairs, welcome my wife home, all that good stuff. I'm sorry the ad break did happen for it. Usually I catch it where I hold off the ad break until she gets home. I just messed up on this time. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. And we'll get some more vintage story, and hopefully that's either chalk or lime up there. But gonna go ahead and do that, and I'll be back in a minute. But thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. I was down there with Tomb and everything, like just talking about like my day or whatever. As we're just getting some quick stuff like on the stove or whatever. Um, and I forgot, like I was driving by the grocery store, like it's just where we have a gas station, I kind of cut across the parking lot of the grocery store to get there. I'm waiting for pedestrians to cross. And there was this girl, maybe like 3 years old with her mom. And she's just sitting there going like this, like waving. It's like, okay, wave at the little girl. And she's like, with a big smile, I'm like, this really made my day, actually. Like, it's just not something you run into. Like, the waving, sure, whatever, like, little kids doing that. But, like, the big thumbs up and the big grin, I was like, you know what? This makes my day. You found Osha? Probably. Oh, did I literally just... It's fine. I'll just put my pins next to it. I forgot I did just put down a pin. It's fine. But it was just very funny in the moment of dealing with that. I've certainly had a lot of little kids in the area where they're like, little 2-year-old, and they'll like wave at you and you wave back and they'll giggle or whatever. Because they're learning that people will react to them and that kind of stuff. Alright, what are you? Limestone sand. Heck yeah. We don't care about the sand itself, but it does mean we got limestone here. And we have a lot more limestone up there. Oh, actually, this is interesting. I think that might be conglomerate. So that might actually be a different material. Let's see if we go slightly north to that area that's also lighter. If that ends up being more limestone, or that's another material. What's special about limestone? So we can use limestone for treating leather. Both limestone and chalk you can make into lime, and then you can use lime as part of the leather treating process. As an alternative, you can use borax, but borax has other uses that you generally would rather... Alright, I just got shot at. It's fine. Okay, we don't carry that. I'll definitely say this terrain sucks to navigate. Okay. Yeah, because with this, then it starts making sense for me to start working on leather working. Because what I could do then is I can make what's effectively a tannery. We, kill whatever animal, we take its hide, we chuck it in a barrel with lime water. That keeps it from rotting. It eventually turns to, I believe, hide is the next stage. At which point we scrape off all the junk, and then we can choose to make tannin. And then we can use the tannin to turn it from just like hide into proper leather. And then there's a special tannin if you really want to go for it. That's kind of hard to make, which is like, I can't remember. It's like tough. It'll make like hard leather or tough leather. I forget what the actual term is. And that stuff's really good. Okay, I'm having a feeling this is probably sandstone over here. Yeah, chromium tannin. Yeah. Oh, no, that's conglomerate. Okay, so the good news is I do have some lime here. It looks like we might actually have maybe an ocean out here, at least a large body of water. They do have some lime back here, not a big area of lime. I'm hoping it's more than just lime sand. But that's why I wanted to go up there and check real fast. Oh, I guess I probably should put down a pin here somewhere. I don't want to climb off all of this. I have to work my way back up. Actually looks like a spot. There's a nice little cave I can probably make happen. One. Two. Three. Okay, so what are you again? Titanium. Okay. The next thing to rot. Is it a psychedelic mushroom? Yes, it is. Not as bad as the last time. The last time we were hungry and we found Liberty mushrooms. And so we packed away like 7 of them. And we were having a whole experience. Did they add rainbow effects to the andesite? No, we ate a mildly hallucinogenic mushroom. Because we had a hunger. So we're mildly tripping balls. Just mildly. Yeah, the last time we did it, like I said, we were starving, so we found Liberty mushrooms, which are hallucinogenic, and just went for it. And it was just a thing. Really? It's fine. I'm gonna need to get quartz sooner or later anyways. Alright, I'll just take the silver too, I guess. I mean... I wasn't planning to go here for a bunch of silver, but, like, it is here. Alright, we could probably... So the gravel and all that won't go down there. That will. You will. So we actually want a lot of the limestone. The problem is these quartz veins are usually gargantuan. Probably just use on a regular stone block. Yeah. Huge amounts of quartz, small amount of silver. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to deliberately avoid a lot of the rest of this corpse. I don't mind if I get some of it. I'm gonna focus more on the limestone. Because I got quartz all over the place back home. I will grab silver when I see it, though. Because our quartz is, like, everywhere. Silver's not super easy to get a hold of. Okay. Drop you in the bag. Alright, so everything ends up in our hands. We don't have any more inventory space in our bags. But yeah, so the next thing I'm going to need to do with this is we're going to want to get back home, and I'm going to want to make a kern. And a kern is basically like, if you ever think of, you know, the grindstone in a flour mill, where you put your grain in there, and then the windmill, like, turns these big stone discs that kind of just crush the crap out of that into a fine powder that is your flour. A kern is a way to doing that by hand. It is just like twisting, I believe it just twists like two stone plates together to make your flour. It's just you do it by hand, it's slow, it's tedious in real life. Like, very, very laborious. You know, and in the game, it's not exactly the fastest thing in the world, but you can automate it. Hoping we start digging this way will hit. Not limestone or not quartz limestone. And the reason I'm not digging down is I do kind of want to keep going. So it looks like we are hitting our inventory limit. I keep finding silver. Alright, we gotta ditch something. What I could do here is I could swap you around. Eat the mushroom. Eat the other mushroom. Grab one of these dishes of food. Stack those. Any more silver? Nope. I think you live in a world where people can figure this crap out for you. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of one of the things that's fascinating, is like looking at the advancements in technology humanity-wise. Like, how long it took for, you know, even like basic stone tools to adapt. Because you go back far enough, and the best we had for tools was big rock, stick. And, like, even the idea of, like, banging a couple of rocks together to get a rock that has a sharp edge to it. That took a while to get there. I'm not ready for that. Be an inventory woe. Alright, so we're not having any luck that way. Because I don't want to risk digging up. If I dig up, I'm very, very likely to just have the stand collapse in on me. Alright, one more. And that is a completely filled inventory. It's also good for us to get out of here because of the instability. So go ahead and do this. Never mind. That is native. That is silver. Da. There you go. Okay, now we're not being actively harpooned. You can see a little divot I put in the ground. Don't shoot me. Okay, so let's get home. We got ourselves a couple of stacks of limestone, not as much as I would like, but we did get ourselves a bunch of quartz and a bunch of silver and a bunch of other stuff. So definitely not a bad time. We get an opportunity, I should probably put a pin here, but I'm not going to dig it up. I have no inventory space. You know the trick to dealing with bow ties? I mean, you can line of sight them, you can just rush them, and they won't shoot when you get too close. You can put up a wall between you. There's definitely options. Not sure what we're aiming for so far as the trick. Oh yeah, you just sprint them? Yeah, you just gotta sprint, you like zigzag just enough so you don't take the first hit, and usually if you can dodge that first hit, you can just close the ground and then just slap them. It just takes them too long to wind up the second shot, and they'll like try to run away from you when you get too close. Okay, we're just running the whole way home. We are passing lots of things I could eat, berries, grains, all that. I just don't have the inventory. But with the lime, oh, you raccoons, your days are numbered. Oh, wolves. You found a good trick for the wolves and the bears? Usually the one that I use for the wolves and the bears, like, if you're on the wild, it can be rough. But, if you are near your home... Okay, that might have been falling to death if I had just leaped into that chasm. But, if you're near your home, a lot of times I'll end up putting, like, pit. Then just draw the wolves or that into the pit and just pelt them with rocks after that. On the bout, once you get like an okay weapons, you could usually handle them relatively fine. Just getting yourself at least a decent weapon and some level of armor. When you're running around where I've got like no armor to speak of at all, like we do right now, yeah, like where bears will practically one-shot you. Wolves, it'll be like 2 or 3 hits, because you can see like right now I'm at about half health from that wolf hitting me. And for the record, we are playing on default damage as opposed to like Homo sapiens, which is double damage. So like, on the Homo sapiens setting, I probably would have survived, but it would have been like just a fraction of a health. Okay, and home sweet home. Thank you, Wolfie.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, I mean, it looks delicious.
It does.
I love you.
Stop.
Okay. Alright, so we can deal with all this nonsense later. Alright, I see a lot of our crops have grown in again. Okay, so I have inventory struggles to get down with. But also for those who don't know, when you get injured, it will drain your satiation to heal you. So you will go through food faster a lot more when you are hurt. Get you to toss in there, you to toss in there. You to toss in here. We can toss you in there. So we take the time to grab our hammer. And consolidate a lot of the silver chunks here. Okay, so we got some clear quartz. Clear quartz is a fun one because you can do quite a bit. You can smelt clear quartz into yeah, you can smelt clear quartz into like glass. You can also use it to craft quartz glass by just doing that. Added bonus, you can make lanterns. Oh man, they did increase the cost of that. Yeah, so you can actually make lanterns, which it looks like it's eight nail and brackets, or nail strips, a plate, 4 quartz glass, and a thing. You make lanterns out of copper now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can make lanterns out of copper before as well. And then you got your old school lantern, which is this one. So light level 18, light level 20. But yeah, those nails and strips, that's actually quite a bit. A Rift Ward. Yeah, I assume it would just have to be all that. Okay, that's interesting. So we can apparently find quartz crystals and smash them to get quartz out of them. Alright, so we need to deal with junk. Right now I could drop the quartz in there. Uh, grab you out, put you in. I have a whole other stack of quartz here, don't I? So you get quartz in multiple places, so that might help. Cool. We have silver here. Grab the lily pad out because I genuinely don't care about it. We can drop the gravel in there. Okay. And thank you, Code Sage, for the 200 stream streak. I do remember. Oh, you meant the torch holders? Yeah. And keep the gears on me for right now, I guess. So use rope for a lot of things. The big one I'm interested in is getting rope ladder. Later on, when it comes to digging, I like to use the rope ladder because of the rope ladder I can kind of climb down. And so instead of like digging all over the place, you can just dig like straight down. Apparently we can make an eye patch. And if we make an eye patch, it does give us a slight amount of insulation for our head. That's pretty funny. Crude hide bellows. Interesting. That's new. We didn't used to need bellows. Alright, so we've got some limestone. Drop the rope in there. Okay, so let's try and remember with the kern. Was it... Alright. Okay, so what we can do... Remember, we can check the kern here. Because we pulverizes into this. We need a pulverizer. So pulverizer is not the one I'm looking for. Oh, we can go here and we can just check this. We can go ahead and grab rye bread. And rye bread requires raw dough, which requires rye flour. We get rye flour through... Yeah, it's QUERN. So I need 4 blocks, and they need to be some like andesite or basalt or something like that. And then some sticks on it, because we're going to need that. There's a whole process to this nonsense. I'm going to use that little spire we exposed over here. And we can use that for our blocks. So I need 4 of them. Ooh, shale probably doesn't work. Yeah, so shale won't work. So it has to be andesite, granite, or whatever. So I can't use this. The wall's andesite over there. So you can definitely use that. And the reason why shale doesn't work is it's considered a soft stone. go around the corner so it doesn't make anything at my base look ugly. So if we go like this block pops off, and I get the full block as opposed to the other thing. With the full block, you get options. I can make the kern, I can make the andesite coffin, you can make polished stone with it, and then with the polished stone, you can go and like make different styles of polished stone, and those can be used for like making genuinely like nice brick roads and all that. It's a whole process though, so I'll probably never... I've debated a few times, like, taking the time to try and make, like, a proper, like, stone brick road or whatever. But, like, it's just a tremendous amount of effort. So, like, doing it for, like, one little thing that's kind of just nice is fine. But doing it at any meaningful scale is a whole chore. Okay, I got the 4 blocks I need. So it won't be too much longer till I need to take the time to get ourselves a new fire pit going. Meanwhile, I can take all these extra andesite blocks and get rid of them. Cool. And I remember it required this, sticks, and a chisel and a hammer. There I have the hammer on me, there's my chisel. So I think it was boom, 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 boom. Okay, we got our kern. Put you up, and put you up. Okay, and I think the kern should go up here. So I could do now... I thought there was... I was trying to remember there's a way you could get it to, like, just hold the button. But you see, so that'll make lime. And there is an entire process to that. For right now... put our spare lime there. We're gonna need to get ourselves some food to eat. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did see one of her types of mushrooms that had more than 4, so drop some mushrooms in there. Slowly chip away at that. Alright. So let's all this, we can grab all you. Just chuck you in there. Didn't grab firewood. I also just remembered I actually have a whole redwood tree in my boxes down below that I could certainly use for dealing with all that. In the meantime, what we could do, grab our seeds from down here. What month are we in now? We are in July. A good chunk into July, too. Just like before, that uses P, that uses K, and I literally have a full stack of spelt. Alright. Okay, and that one had K. We can use that. That's P. You have almost nothing that uses P as its main thing. Oh, I was seeing in between there. I was like, what? You're ready. Okay, those are getting close. You know, clean all the edges off here. So probably getting to the end of what's going to be ready to harvest unless we see turnips. Okay. Cool, so we got all that sorted. You hear we're making rye bread, fry bread? We're gonna definitely be making... Oh, hey. Don't love to see that. We're definitely gonna end up making rye bread and a bunch of other stuff like that. Alright, so one thing I'm going to want to do is let's drop off our seeds. And we're going to start getting rid of those extra tiles that we're not using, so we can start straightening our stuff out up there. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? So, seeds, 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 seeds. Drop all the veggies in here, which you barely have enough room for. That's all full. So the ore needs to move. Okay. That leaves us with string. Alright, so definitely gonna need more storage containers, which is becoming abundantly clear. So let's go grab our clay and get our batch of those fired up. Okay, first I need food. Right now I could go ahead and put you in my mining bag. Okay. And down the road, I'm going to take the time to... down the road, I'm going to end up taking the time to, scale up a lot of our production so far as, like, getting pies going. Because the pies, you can make a pie, they carry very well. You get a bunch of servings per pie and that kind of nonsense. Things are going good. I just need to make more of the jars for storing our stuff. I also need to make a space dedicated where we actually make our boxes, which will help a great deal. Because I should only be storing the food in these jars. Because these jars take a while to make. They consume a lot of clay, and granted, clay's not that big a deal. It's not super hard to get a hold of clay. But still, versus trees, which are effectively renewable. And I want to say, if I remember correctly, with the boxes, it requires a hinge, right? Well, we got this one. Oh, that's a reinforced one. I don't care about the reinforced one. We've got the wooden chest, which does require the nails. That'll go a long way to helping. We also have like the open crates, and the open crates, it's just the boards. So I probably should be using more of the open crates and that kind of stuff. That'd be one to consider doing for like the blacksmith, is going through and like making a wall and be like, here's the brown coal, here's the black coal, here's the charcoal. We probably won't need crates for like the various types of ore, but you get the idea. That we can then have the blacksmith sitting there with the forge and all that kind of stuff. And have what we need for all that. We'll end up wanting fire clay in there in bulk. So I'm probably going to want here in a minute to go out of my way once we get these fired up. Probably collect the shale, finish the blacksmith enough that I can start putting stuff in the blacksmith. We also need to set aside the place for the leather working. Because as we start getting into the colder months where our crops start being less viable, that's when we'll start hunting very heavily. And that's when our leather working is going to really kind of ramp up, because I won't be able to focus on the other stuff, so that starts to become our primary source of food. So anytime we get that. Painfully slow? I mean, I could be better about this and do that. I do deliberately keep it at its, like, 1 by 1 tile. But that's just kind of one of those things. You don't need to sit here and do all that. Like, I can use the mod and make it go way faster. Like, just cheese it and be like, make it instant. I'm not going to. This is kind of my balanced about using the mod but not feel like I'm cheesing it. But then with this I can go... Because, yeah, now with the mod, I'm having it do 1 tile at a time. And you can set it to be, like, 3x3 and all that stuff. This is how the jars come to be? Yep. So if I wasn't using the mod, then I'd go like this. And all that. And this is definitely a thing that you can do it faster if you take the time. Because it's also something you can kind of scale a little bit easier, because, like, right now the way I'm doing it this way is probably the fastest way. Where you take each of them to a step. So you can just switch your tools once. But I just much prefer, like, being lazy about it. Because I've made so many of these. Yeah, playing time standards, pencil strain in your hand. Yeah, no, exactly. That's kind of the thing. Is you could definitely make it go faster. But I found after just doing a whole bunch of them, I was like, you know what? I just, like, want to protect my fingers and not need to do a bajillion clicks and all that stuff. Or, like, have to be, like, really careful and go back and clean it up. You just do it a whole bunch. It's the same thing as any game. There's certain stuff that's really, really fun the first couple times you do it. But after you've done it enough times, you're like, you know what? This is not the reason I play this game. And it's funny because I actually really do enjoy the crafting in the game. The crafting is quite excellent. But there is some of these things where you do it enough times, you're like, you know what? I don't want to have to do the minigame again. Yeah, so we make the raw clay pots. And then once we do this, we take it over to our pit kilns and we burn them to cure the clay. We'll fire the clay, whatever. Harden it. That's all that matters. Is it goes from being goopy and bendy and all that to being hardened where it doesn't just immediately, you know, collapse in on itself kind of stuff. In real life, you would not fire it with the lid attached, though. That is the thing you would not want to do. You would fire them both independently of each other. They could be in the same pit or whatever, but you wouldn't physically have the top of the jar sitting on it, most likely. You would fire it, and then whatever imperfections you get, you would clean those up after the fact. Otherwise, you run the risk of it fusing them together, and you gotta break them apart. And most likely breaking them apart, you're going to physically break them. Yeah, or worse, it holds air inside of it that starts to just get hotter and hotter because, you know, you're firing it, and then the whole jar ruptures. It's effectively a big pocket of air trapped inside the jar. Yeah, I remember doing, like, in elementary school, we had our art class, which, you know, it wasn't like you had your different art class. It was your generic, this is the art class, all art things are in this class. But, you know, you'd usually have, like, once a semester or whatever that you would do clay, and then you know, they would cure it and all that. And yeah, it's pretty inevitable that there'd be a handful of people who'd have theirs explode because there'd be a big air pocket in it. you know, somewhere. They just didn't do a good job kneading it or whatever. Okay. That took 2 stacks of clay to get that done. Then we go to our pit kilns and we drop it in the bottom. And now I've got the sticks for it. I'm gonna need grass. And firewood. You're suddenly very glad you never did fired pottery. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just, you know, kids are kids. They don't pay that close attention. I shouldn't say they, like, all of them. There are at least a sufficient number of kids who do not pay that close attention. We need slightly more. Probably enough. Yeah, so the idea here is you would light this on fire, and then all like the little stuff in the bottom would burn up pretty quick, but it wouldn't be able to get that much airflow, so it burned very slowly and very hot, and it would trap all that heat down there. Then as you work your way up to like the bigger logs and all that burning, it would just have all that heat trapped down there, and so you'd slowly bring up the temperature and like keep it fairly high. To, you know, just gradually cure the whole thing. It's a very slow process. I want to say a lot of pit kilns in real life, they cover them, but I don't know that for sure. Historic processes for making clay pottery is not something I'm super aware of, because it's also something I just don't think about. Alright, so let's go in here. And carrots what we have the most of. Alright. Need to grab some firewood. Yeah, and as you can see, though, doing the pit kiln burns through a lot of sticks. So I'll end up needing to get my shears and deal with that at some point. Okay. So, we want to get this going here. And this requires... we're building that out of shale. That big spike out of the ground is 100% nothing but shale. So I'm going to go down there and start hacking that to bits. We do have enough bronze to make another pickaxe. So in the event I need to go for another go of a hopper or whatever, I do actually have what I need to make that happen. Let's grab ourselves like 2 stacks of shale. And see how far that gets us with building our place. They also cover the year of some time span of like 8,000 years ago. You're probably aware of all the historic pottery. It's also one of those things that there are certain technologies and advancements that happened independent of each other. So like, you know, you had people learn how to make pottery in many different places in the world that they clearly did not interact with each other and learn from each other. Like, you know, People found clay in lots of places and came to the realization, you make it hot, and it becomes hardened. You know, and how people went about it were a bunch of different things. There's definitely common strategies, which, you know, there is that in certain developing technologies and all that. Like the whole classic thing that almost everyone came up with a equivalent of the bow and arrow, with a few exceptions, but it makes sense. You started with stick. Eventually, you figured out if you gave the stick an edge, the stick sticked better. And then after you got the stick an edge and you did that, you'd be like, well, what if I could make this go farther? And you got a really big stick with an edge. And you go, well, what if I could make it go even farther? And then you figured out how to lob the stick with a big edge. Like, is there a way I could propel this even better? And so now you put, like, a string that's taut to launch the stick or whatever. That there's kind of just a natural progression that happens there. And so sometimes you had stuff like that where, again, you had those repeated no matter where you were in the world. That was part of your history. But then there was also, like, you know, places where so many of these things diverge, where there's multiple solutions for the same problem. But it is cool to see, like, which things developed independently but came up with the same results, roughly speaking, and which things, you know, developed independently and came up with entirely different results. All right. I will go wider. Okay, and I've got 6 tiles remaining, which is perfect to, like, frame that out. And then we can switch what we use for our build material. Or I could just grab a little bit more. Hey, Phoebus, how's it going? Because I don't want to burn up too much of my pickaxe. Let's see, did we craft these shale cobblestone blocks in our inventory? Oh, there's no crafting table here? Yeah, so in this game you don't require crafting tables for a lot of stuff. Not in the sense like you would have an equivalent to, like, Minecraft or whatever. But what it does have instead, like when I go to make metal tools, instead of having, you know, a crafting bench you go on to do that, is I would actually go up to an anvil, like, heat up my stuff on a forge, take it and move it over to the anvil and start banging on it with the anvil. But it's not like the grid system we got there. It's actually its own thing where you have the hammer and you, like, rotate it and you have to make sure it stays hot enough and that kind of thing. Okay. So I think that's a pretty good start for our blacksmith. Now I need to put a roof on it. Oh, also. I don't need those two. So what I'd like to do is give it a somewhat different roof than we have on the other building. Drop off the clay. I should have a bunch more redwood. I'm just gonna put, like, a log roof kind of thing. Which does mean the first one's probably going to be placed wrong. Except that row's all wrong. Materially, this is definitely not going to be the most efficient roof, but who cares? If I need more wood, I can go to the forest. Okay. Cool. So we've got ourselves like a wood roof. And with that, that can now be sealed up. That'll be a functional blacksmith. So we can start moving our blacksmithing supplies up here. Ah, it was debarked. That's why I set aside. Okay, so with that, we can yoink you up. I'll need a unit of grass. Oh, right, I need 4 pieces of wood here. Because we don't use much wood in that area. Alright, we are going to also have to take a little bit of effort to move a bunch of other things up that we're going to want. Okay, so start grabbing up all of our molds. Okay. Just got home after accompanying your sister to an appointment. She would have had to drive alone. It's amazing how much 11 hours in a car can flatten you. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm really hoping these don't break when you pick them up. It's always a crapshoot and that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's work on bringing this up. Okay, there's the forge, and we got all that. And we're just putting in all our molds. Put that one on the windowsill since it doesn't go in the stuff there. Okay. So get you. Get you. Grab the bronze bar. We can grab this for now. So what challenge I'm going to run into here is I didn't actually leave a place to put these upstairs. But yeah, so we're finally converting our cellar into actually being a cellar. Because right now it was like a everything room. Alright. And Chuck, you up on the wall. Chisel. The Warren hammer. The good hammer. The saw. The tongs. And the rest of you are not stuff related to that. So I can go ahead and put a, Actually, I'll put them outside. We'll have our gardening stuff. Nah, I don't like that. We'll have our gardening stuff. Right now you can go here. So the shears. The hoe. The scythe. Alright. So slowly coming together, we're getting a little bit here. Yep, so we got our basic blacksmithy here, looking a lot nicer. I still will add more to this as time goes on, but we got it enclosed. It's got a ceiling, so when it rains, it won't mess anything up. All that. Oh, I should have the bucket. Then the ingot molds, you can just go ahead and put those up on the windowsill. The spare crucibles I'll put on the ground, even though I'll probably never need them. One thing I probably should do is grab that, because my prospecting pick is getting worn out, so let's grab a spare. Okay. Oh, there you go. Oh, they're gonna give me the seeds? Alright. Okay, so there should be no more down there that we need to worry about. Well, actually, let's run. See if we have turnips or carrots that are done. Really close, but not quite. Oh, there's some turnips. Okay, and the rest should all be fine. Cool, cool. So you can run up here. There was another gap up here somewhere. So let's keep these crops going. Alright, so you would want nitrogen rich. And the rest is all good. Sometimes living rural has drawbacks. Getting appointments with a specialist because there's none anywhere nearby is nearly nearby. Yeah, there's pros and cons with everything. Like, you'll have people like, you know, constantly make posts like, oh, well, you have to be in the city and it's busy and it's all. It's like, well, I mean, you're not wrong. Those are valid complaints. Not gonna argue against it. But at the same time, there's also lots of reasons to want to be in that situation as well. Let's grab all this ore out of here. And it's just like, you have the availability of a lot of things. Alright, I believe I've got some hinges in here. I'm going to go ahead and make some boxes. I'd like to use those hinges for other things. But in this particular case, we need some storage. So what we can do for now is you can run up here. And I can take this storage container. We can just chuck. Oh, right. I think I have to put them next to each other in my inventory to make them into one box. There you go. Because then what we can do is right now I'll just chuck this in here. But ultimately down the road, I'm going to want to have a bunch of like big crates and all that. So let's we can grab the clay out of here. Actually, let's just start grabbing everything here that is not something that belongs to the seller in the short term. I'll just do a couple of laps. And we can sort it out later when I got more crates. Because, yeah, you probably knows the chest requires me to actually make metal brackets. So they're a little bit costly to make. They're worth it. But I don't really have a bunch of spares. The crates are excellent for when you have just spare materials laying around. Alright, so we got the silver we should probably grab. This we should probably grab. Grab the rest of the seeds. Okay. Because, yeah, over time we'll end up moving all of this stuff up here. Getting things kind of where they need to go. And you don't need to make a bunch of separate buildings. In fact, the last time I played, most of our stuff were all based off of one building. Alright, and that's the crate full. You can also make it so you can move these windows around. Another thing I'd love to see in this game is like an auto sort of just like you hit the button and it puts it, you know, similar to similar, that kind of thing. Did I accidentally... I put my dinner away. Okay, so we've got that going on. We should probably make myself a spare pickaxe, because our pickaxe is getting a little dicey. I don't believe we had the chance to move. Yeah, we didn't have the chance to move the coal up yet. But slowly but surely, this is all coming together. Oh, I don't need that. That can go right there for right now. That's not going to work the way I want it to. That's fine. Drop you here. Light you up. Grab my tongs. Do this. Grab my hammer. That's fine. I'll deal with that in a minute. Right now, I guess. Well, actually, I can just chuck it in here. Like I said, it's gonna be a whole thing where I'll need to get materials to make more brackets, that kind of nonsense, and all that. And plus, now we can blacksmithy, looking out on the gorgeous world around us. Eventually, I'll have like our whole area going down here with all the crops and whatnot. One thing I do want to do is when we get spare dirt and all that. I'm going to take this road and I'm just going to extend it down. We'll have it go along with this path. And then whatever's in between there, we can shove down some of our orchard, like trees, that kind of thing. And you need to be a pickaxe. As soon as I can find it, there you are. The other thing we're going to want to make happen is we're going to want our leather working area to happen. Okay, leave it alone for right now. Did I put my sticks away in here? I did. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we can make our tannery or whatever. I'm kind of leaning towards the idea, like I said, we would make this path forward and I'll put the tannery down below it or whatever. We probably should get that started, though. I do like the idea, like, keeping this, like, nestled up against this cliffside, not, like, messing with the cliffside, though. Right. So we can have this go over here and go that way. But I do want to get the tannery stuff started. I think in the interim with the tannery, even though, like, I really should get that going in a meaningful capacity, right now... Oh, I forgot, I have all the barrels back here for when someday we decide to do wine and all that. I got a while till we're probably actually going to be able to do that. I just take my already existing barrels. Bring that upstairs for now. But right now, I'll just put them in our house. But we will want to eventually move the tannery into its own space. Okay. So next thing I need to do is get water. So one thing we'll want to do, and this is one of the reasons I didn't, get rid of the remove source block, is what I'll ultimately probably do is for both the tannery, the blacksmith, and the kitchen, I'm probably going to go out of my way to make a source block of water in there somewhere. Yes, you can carry 50 liters of water. So what I want to do is we want to go from lime, so we will want to make lime water, and we combine lime water with the hides and all that to process them. So what we need to do is for lime water, it is 1 lime per liter of water, and we have 50 liters in there. So I need to make some pretty decent amount of lime real quick. We definitely will later want to set up a windmill for this. And this is the kind of thing where I mentioned previously, you'll have certain tasks that you will try to run around and do when the weather's nice and all that. And then you'll have those things that are like, okay, we have a temporal storm coming in. You know, I'm stuck kind of inside avoiding the enemies for right now. What do I work on? So stuff like cooking bread and making lime and, you know, all these kind of tasks that, you know, they just take a little while. Those are good ones to, while the storm is just raging outside, you can do your thing. So one of the other things we're going to want to do is I do want to get actual windows on this place, which I haven't put much effort into in the past. They actually have like lead line windows and all that you can make, which would be fun. And what I'll probably eventually do is I'll make this like the bedroom and kitchen, and then move all the other stuff to the to a different spot. But yeah, so you get the idea here, is I'm going to burn through a ton of this lime. But later on, what you'll do is you'll set up the windmill with the gearing to go to this thing. It'll just produce the lime. You put a hopper with a box. And you can just chuck a stack of lime in there and come back later and have a stack of limestone. You can get a stack of lime when it's done. Where you don't have to do any of the work yourself. You just put it in and then grab the results later. And then once we get this, we're going to want to go and find an oak tree so we can start making tannin. And so the way we make tannin is we mix water and oak and seal it, and then after a while it becomes tannin. And then you can also make strong tannin, which, so you go like, you use the lime to process the raw hide into hide, you scrape it, you then put it in with the tannin to turn it into like the first stage of leather, and then you use the strong tannin to complete the process of making it into leather. And this amount of lime water will go a decent ways for us. And I believe with leather, I think we can make an even better bag. So let's grab the 50 lime. So we chuck it in here. And now it's lime water, because you don't need to seal it or age it or anything. You just mix it, you got lime water, so that's good news. Let's go ahead and get the next ones going. And one thing I can do to make this faster is make a bunch of buckets and fill up a bunch of buckets in one go. It takes 5 rounds of water to fill one of these up, and most likely with the very genuinely with the tanning, we want that to have water nearby, because as you can see, like, making the tannin, that's 50 liters of water. Making the lime water, that's 50 liters of water. Making the strong tannin, that's 50 liters of water. So it does add up a lot. Okay. Now let's go fill up these two. And I believe the forest just north of me has a bunch of oak trees in it. And oak trees aren't the only thing you can use to make tannin. There are other trees you can do. Alright. So with that said, I believe... So that is redwood. I want to say... Was it oak trees over there? I'm thinking this forest. Yeah, so we can go west to the forest over here. And it shouldn't take but like 1 or 2 big oak trees. And then we should have enough oak for a while. Like a long while. be picking up flint in case I have to make myself fire clay. Yep, okay. And then there is actually like a dedicated type of footpaths and everything you do find in the game that you combine cobblestone and dirt. They work really well. They give you a speed run buffs that are great for like traversing long distances. But you do have to take the time to actually get the dirt, get all the stuff, put it together. There's the resin we found earlier. Alright. So I'm just seeing birch and pine here. And maple. Actually pretty big for a birch tree. Bad puppy. Bad puppy. Oh, that's a lot of bad puppies. That is a bear as well. Well, we've cornered ourselves. I'm very low on life. I did see the resin on the way here. Okay, so it does look like, with the bear chasing us and everything, they may have aggroed onto each other or something. After going all this time without running into a bear, that was a little exciting. Oh, wait. You maple or you oak? You're maple. Alright, so this is not the oak forest. We're not even in the right place. Okay, we got a little teeny tiny oak tree here. Pine. Birch, pine. Maple. Yeah, remember, pattern-wise... Oh, I just barely saw the wolf before it was on top of me. Okay. For those who missed, in this run, we did opt to not have it drop everything, because it just discourages you from doing exploration on a meaningful level. It does definitely make the game easier, but it's just the kind of thing, like, you drop everything, and then you're trying to go back to recover your body without armor, and then it leads to another death, and it just becomes a whole thing. But the catch with that is when you take a death, you lose all your satiation. And actually, that's interesting. So it used to be, like, all this would get reset. And so you'd be at an extreme disadvantage that your nutrition would be just bottomed out. Looks like they may have changed that, which is good, because it was a thing that it basically meant the way to... Like, you'd take a death and it almost guarantee you another death unless you took the time to fix your diet or had, like, a whole extra set of equipment, like, just on standby. And so it's kind of a really, really sucky thing of, like, feeding into itself. Huh. I mean, with that, I might actually consider dropping back down to dropping stuff. Because definitely, especially stuff like the bears and all that could be just downright awful. So you still have wood under you. You don't actually use wood, so give me that back. Alright. Gonna remove that pin. I probably should have left it to mark every death, but it's fine. It's already gone. But see, bears always like to hang around your stuff just so they could get a second meal of coming back. Well, yeah, and that's often what happened, is you'd take a death, and then whatever killed you would just hang by your body. Because the regular animals in that just generally don't despawn in this game, where the random monsters do despawn, but it takes a while sometimes. So it's just kind of one of those things, especially when you're delving deep, that it can be truly, truly frustrating to deal with. Because you delve deep, you would spawn in one of, like, the super powerful monsters that one-tap you and almost everything short of, like, proper, like, plate armor or whatever. And so you get one-tapped by it, and now you're just trying to get your stuff back, and it keeps one-tapping you, because the combat in this game's pretty dodgy. It ends up being just a frustrating experience. And with how long it takes to do some of the things in the game, you generally don't want to have to, like, grind up a whole another set of armor or whatever. Sorry about that. Alright. Yes, that's redwood up there. This is mostly pine and maple. And I know I've had, like, a ton of oak trees. I thought it was to the north, but it may have been way up here. Hey, Mac Divine, thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Gifting subs to the community and all that stuff and all that, so thanks so much for that. Okay, so I think it's these trees up here might be my oak trees. Like, this whole area up here might be oak. We can try for that. Generally, if we cut around this hill, we can just take the water over there. And it'll be less of a hassle than dealing with cutting through the woods. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting another 5 gifty subs to the community as well. Putting us already up to a level 3 hype train and just that fast, so thank you so much for the both of you for all that generosity. I really do appreciate the support, it really does make this possible. So thank you for all that kind support and whatnot. Let's go ahead and do that. But I do really appreciate it. I do hope everyone's enjoying the stream and all that stuff. It's your birthday, and I heard you give gifts on your birthday. That depends on the culture you're in. There are cultures that actually do have a thing where on your birthday you give gifts to others. And thank you, Klaus, for the 177 biddies. I do really appreciate that as well, so thank you. But yeah, no, there are all cultures that, and to be fair, like, a lot of those cultures, they still get gifts for their birthday, but there's kind of like a mutual giving back and forth. Usually the gifts the birthday person gives out aren't of, like, particular monetary value that's significant or anything, but more like, not art, but more like meaningful things, that they give stuff out to their friends. I wish I could say which culture it was, but I genuinely don't remember. Alright. That is a good find here as well, which is we found ourselves some more copper, which is good because I actually want copper. Yeah, I remember that being another thing I want. Another thing I'd like this game to do by default is when you have a bag that can only carry certain things, so like my mining bag here can only carry like mining tools and ore and stone, I do wish it had a preference where it would put stuff in your mining bag first, before putting into a general purpose bag. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Klaus. I do appreciate it. And it looks like, did that level 4 hype train we just jumped up to? Yeah, level 3 complete, going into level 4, so thank you again so much for that. That's incredibly generous of everyone. Does mean a lot. Oh, wait, don't go there, we'll put out our torch. I need to get the lantern built. That's what the next thing's I need for my project, because the lantern, if I dip into the water... Oh, hey, peach tree. Alright. And thank you, Senchu Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I do really appreciate that. Yeah, it does do a prioritization, so if I do something like that, I believe it will try and do that first. And I probably should do that, but also put in like your action bar before it goes there as well. Did I hear a wolf? Okay. For those that didn't catch, we got another spot of copper. So that'll be good. After we get some, we can also add a spot for peat here. Yeah, so after we get our oak, I'm low on copper anyways. That'll give me a bunch. We can also end up getting a bunch of shale digging for it. Oh, I must have scared off a raccoon. I keep seeing things moving and startling myself, and then they disappear into the darkness. It's like, okay, what was it that just vanished into the darkness? Is it something I need to be aware of that is going to maul my face soon? Or like, is it, you know, a deer running off because, you know, it doesn't want to be eaten? Yeah, it's all maple. More peat, I'm not too worried about that right now. We found multiple animals that have been mauled. It seems like we're seeing a lot more wolves and bears and all that all of a sudden. Which could just be changing of season kind of stuff. That they've been maybe knocking down the local deer population. Okay, those maples up there, those oaks. I didn't get a good look because it's dark. It looks like maple to me. Alright, so that implies that this forest is probably going to be predominantly maple tree. Got our fruit tree up here. Okay, so what we're probably going to need to do, and thank you for the hype train, hitting a tier 4 hype train at 12% with 11 gifty subs and 277 biddies, so I really do appreciate all that support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Maple tree, we're looking for oak. And I got a reward. What is my reward from the hype train? The Georgie March? Okay, not gonna lie, the crawling slash dragging themselves Froggo is a pretty fun emote. Ah, yeah, that looks like an oak tree over there. A real big one, too. Okay, I definitely don't have what I need to deal with this. But we're just gonna make it happen anyways. But yes, thanks so much for the hype train and all the support. I do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. Okay, so one thing I'm gonna have to do here. I need to grab a couple pieces of stone and make ourselves a couple of axes. Or I can go after a smaller tree. I mean, either way, I'm going to need to do this. Okay. Huh? Something's not being right. Because that's definitely a valid recipe for an axe. And I can see it appear for just a second. And then it vanishes. And it's not how that works. Let's assume it's being scuffed, and let's just reopen. Because it's going to be awfully hard to cut down a tree with a mostly destroyed axe if I can't just make another axe. So let's see if that unsticks it. All right. Yeah, let's try that again. Axe head, stick. Yeah, so I'm not crazy. It was just being weird. We're gonna try cutting down the oak tree and get as much oak in our inventory as we can. I don't have a ton of inventory slots, but I only need like a stack or two. Ah. If you could not jump scare me, I'd much appreciate it. And also, I'm annoyed that you reset my progress on cutting down the tree. You jerk of a creature. Yeah, I need to, I probably need to go and make it where we go out of our way to get some of the copper. So once we do our return trip here, we go out again, we find one of those surface copper nodes, and we tear up the copper. And then we could use that to make ourselves a bunch of bronze bars. That should give me what I need to make ourselves a nice lantern. We should also be able to make ourselves like a bronze axe and some other stuff there. And if we can get the fire clay going, we can start getting our iron tools made. We can get our iron tools happening. That'll be good. So let's see if we can't find ourselves another random piece of stone on the ground. Because, yeah, you're gonna end up cutting down a lot of trees. Yeah, most of the trees are already gone. This axe will probably be enough. Okay. Because, yeah, if we can get to the point of getting our iron stuff going, then it should go a long way. Cool. So now it's time to head back home. Walnut tree? Okay, that's fun. And go ahead and run around here. Yeah, so we got lots and lots of little rabbits and stuff. That, I'm pretty sure, is a bear. Bear, you can enjoy your rabbits. I'm just gonna keep on going the other way. It does make me curious if we keep like a giant farm going, that the critters will get drawn in to eat from my farm, like the various rabbits and deers and all that. And if that in turn over time will draw in the wolves and all that. So it can just be a thing that as they kind of chase off the animals to eat them or whatever. if it can be a thing that they both sort of support each other. Okay. Yeah, more cool waterfalls. Yeah, you know, so I'm kind of going out of my way when I see flint to just grab it on the go-by. If we end up having to make our fire clay, we'll have to have lots and lots of flint that I will process into calcite to then process into the fire clay. We don't want to go that route if we don't have to, because it's pretty laborious. You just end up needing lots and lots of firewood and a pretty significant amount of fire clay. It's not the end of the world. Like, it's certainly doable, but it is definitely more work than if you get lucky and you just find a pocket of fire clay. Because you find a pocket of fire clay, you can get, you know, several hundred fire clay from one spot, and you can just be, you know, good for a while. But you end up needing tons of fire clay for dealing with iron, dealing with steel. What are we looking for right now? Right now, I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm on my way back home. We are in the look for fire clay, which we haven't seen a good deposit of coal yet to check underneath. We do have a bauxite desert, but it's a very small one. And we have crossed through it a few times. It's possible there's fire clay there, but it's also very likely that we might not have fire clay there. Alright, so for right now with the meat, okay, we can make meat stew, but it needs the slots 1 and 2 to be meat, and I've got 3. With the fat, oh, lump of raw fat. Oh, they changed it. The fat used to... Yeah, the fat used to be good forever. But now we have to actually render the fat or it goes bad. Interesting. So we can use the fat and make rendered fat. So rendered fat... Yeah, so we just have to, like, cook it in a pot, it looks like. But now we cook in a pot, you can do stuff like make your little ceramic lamp and all that. But you end up needing it for a bunch of stuff. Actually, if we do the ceramic... If we do the, if we get this done, then we can start making our fruit juice and wine. So let's see what we need to do that. That's fine. We take the andesite here. Are you playing vanilla? Pretty much, yeah. Alright, so I need to now go for the weak tannin. The weak tannin is... Alright, so I'll need... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seal. I can take the rest downstairs for now until we're ready to make more boxes. Yeah, I can go in here with the other wood. Yeah, we definitely got a bunch of saplings that we need to get planted at some point. So it's interesting that they did change the way the fat works. Which makes sense. It was really weird that before... Lump of rendered fat. Cool. So with a lump of rendered fat, that does mean I have what I need for the fruit press. I just need to make an iron or bronze rod. Actually, I think it only... If I remember correctly, it probably only needs to be bronze. Iron. Oh, copper is even good enough. Okay. I'll drop the rendered fat in there. Yeah, we check like one or two things there. We could cook the meat. Let's drop the rest of this in here. Cool, we got all that. Okay, and I don't have the copper. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And so we can drop the copper down here for a minute. And the flint. So if I need to make fire clay, we're getting that collected. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and... Do we have ourselves some meat stew ready? We do. Because what that should do is it's giving us a little bit of protein and all that, the more we get our balance here. And it's not balanced like you gotta get them all evenly. You can get them all maxed out. The more hit points are gonna get. Okay, and there's our new stuff down below. Store. Cool. Okay, so let's check really fast to see how we're doing on our farm. See if we need to deal with anything there. Then we're going to go chase down one of those copper nodes and top off our copper because it's getting a little low. Okay, those are almost ready to harvest. And we're almost at the point that all the things off to the side will be good for. Okay, we need something that doesn't. There we go. To say we need something that doesn't require potassium as its main thing. Okay. All going pretty well. Yeah, it's growing directly in front of me. Okay. That's all going nice and swimmingly. There was a couple more at the very top we could put some nitrogen requiring ones at. Okay, so you put nitrogen one there. Same for those two. That's all full up, so's that. Okay. And once we get through our first winter, we'll have those all, like, set up to be crop-specific kind of thing. Alright, so that's starting to get too full. So's this. Okay, so we're gonna have to split this up again. Good problems to happen. Go ahead and grab all the mushrooms out of here. I'll bump you in there. And start tucking all the mushrooms in here. Cool. That should have that sorted, and we can chuck all our spare seeds in here. And our string has officially hit the point where it's more than a stack, so let's go ahead and deal with that. There we go. Oh, we had one more set of mushrooms. Okay, so we did find, I think it was 3 different sets of surface copper on that last journey. So that's really, really good. Usually you get excited when you're like, oh hey, surface copper, and like, that's just kind of the end of it. Let alone finding several instances. So the first one's just around the corner. Yes, we got 1, 2, and then 3. So let's just get around the corner, grab this first one, because I've got tons and tons of tin to make more bronze. But we're basically tapped out on copper. And so I'm down to my last 2 bronze pickaxe. If we get this, then I can go ahead and start working and making myself, like, some lamps. I'll probably actually have enough materials that we can start making some extra boxes, all that to help with the inventory management side of things. Alright, I put the pin right where it's standing. Which is over here. We gotta be careful because, yeah, so it would have been right around here. So it does look like there's a cave system below us. Let's grab you. And you for right now. And see, we should detect the copper right around here. Native copper, medium amounts, large amounts of quartz. Let's try and get underneath the quartz, because that's probably where we're going to find the copper. Yep. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a very big copper node, unfortunately, but we'll grab what's here. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Let's say, go an extra tile. We got a little bit of a weird weird situation with this cave. Go a couple extra tiles here. Okay, so that looks decently enough. Alright. So is that all the copper already? Still medium amount, so that's good news. So it implies there's more copper around here. Oh, right, there's some right here. It's a little bit deeper. Okay. Let's go a tile deeper since it's tending towards deeper. Because we are going towards where we're going to go, like, right under the water. And I've definitely had times we've gone and gotten ore and all that have required me to, like, dig out into the water. When we were doing our water world run that we were doing, we did run into a situation when I was going for fire clay in that one, that I found like a really, really deep coal ore mine, and it was like near bottom layer or whatever, which the oceans go that deep in the game. And so it's just one of those things that I went all the way down there, and I was just running into the situation where I had to like poke through the wall into the ocean to grab like the pieces of fire clay right there, and like I got to the point I was actually going out the side of it and then swimming to the surface as opposed to continuing to do what I had been doing. Alright. So we should have all the copper I can see. There's probably more here. Trace amounts of native copper over there. Let's go to this wall. Trace amounts of native copper over here. And go to this wall. So you got trace amounts of native copper everywhere. There you go. Let's hit it again. No copper detected over there anymore. Still trace amounts. And no more copper over here. And with that, I'm going to declare this copper node gone. So we didn't actually get that much copper out of that node. So we're going to move on to the next copper node we found. Because we're in good shape, we've got food, we've got our pickaxes and all that. Oh, those look like some chubby bunnies. I need to start actually hunting some of these animals. You also need to remember in this game, you don't hold right click then left click. You just hold right click and let go. Because I remember I would usually each time I'd started playing and started hunting for the first time in a run, I would always expect it to work differently, and I'd always beef a bunch of my earlier shots just because, you know, I'm expecting it to behave differently. Alright, so I don't remember exactly where, so I have it marked over here, and I'm usually pretty good about putting the pin exactly where I found stuff. Yeah, so it looks like this hill is roughly where we're looking. Small amounts of native copper. You've gotten mauled by a boar due to spirit controls? Oh yeah, no, I've absolutely beefed it a number of times, like fighting bears and all that. That you go to do your opening one, you completely whiff your shot because you're expecting to have like the next control or whatever involved. And I've done that plenty of times. And it's also nice because we're getting all this shale rock. And we've been using this for like our blacksmith. I do think I'm gonna do the same for the tannery. Alright, check to see if we have more. Trace amounts of native copper. Don't skip losing fish. Yeah, fishing is relatively new. I haven't gotten to do a lot of that yet. And I'm mining in the area immediately surrounding where I find the copper. Just because we're dealing with a little weirdly steep hill, I expect the copper to be all over the place. You still have trace amounts. There we go. No ore nearby. I'll check the other side of the room too. They're pretty close, so it's unlikely I'll have missed stuff that's on one side or the other, but you never know. Alright, so we'll consider that one tapped out. That is the one catch with surface copper. And the next one is straight north of us. I do have tons of inventory space left. And some food. Okay, got quartz there. I don't really care about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's poison. I think it's only mildly poisonous, but still poison. That'd be a raccoon. Okay, and this is where I found the last piece of copper. It was right up here. Okay, so let's go and check here. Large amounts. Alright, so catch here is because the way this hill is shaped. Alright, I'm thinking it's down more. I was actually expecting it to have more of an elevation to it, but it doesn't look like it's going to. There we go. And then with that, we should have more than enough copper to keep ourselves sorted for bronze for a good while, because we're sitting on about 3 or 4 stacks of tin ore already. And you only need like 2 units of tin for every 18 units of copper. So you really don't need much tin to keep bronze going. Okay, and it's at least medium quality copper. That way we won't get a clay tablet complaining about our copper quality. Alright. And we're just gonna mine the whole vein. So, with stuff like the surface veins of copper, mining the whole vein is a completely reasonable thing to do. Later on, you'll start, like, when you start going for the, like, the iron and all that, you can go down with almost a full set of equipment and just go after the iron, like, hit the node and just keep mining, and genuinely go through a whole set of equipment, have more iron than you know what to do with, and still have tons of iron down there to deal with. Like, the iron veins in this game can be absolutely tremendously large. By the time you hit iron, your difficulty dealing with it isn't even getting the ore necessarily. It's getting all the fire clay to do your bloomeries and all that. Alright, so you still have trace amounts of copper there. Trace amounts of copper here. And small amounts of copper here. So we're just widening our room down here about 1 tile. We have enough copper detected nearby. There's a good chance he might have like a good 4 or 5 blocks just tucked away in the walls. Oh, I see some on the ceiling there. Okay, let's check again. So each of the cardinal directions. We check the extremities, see if we got stuff. Trace amounts. Trace amounts. Trace amounts. Trace amounts. So all of them gave trace amounts. So either A, it's somewhere here in the middle area, or B, we got scraps kind of off on the edges. Which it very well could be any or all of the above. I'm gonna widen this spot just a smidge, in case we have any, like, stuck in the ceiling that we can't see. Under the stairs. Oh, yep. Just making sure there's not another one there. Okay, let's check again. None. Trace amounts that way. Trace amounts this way. And none. Okay, so we're looking over in this corner. There's at least a little bit somewhere over here. The detection, I don't remember the exact amount of default, something like 5 tiles. So it doesn't detect super far. So I'm going to remove these blocks, and then we're going to check above and below. So yeah, if we keep going this way, we'll be in range with where we checked over there. It did dip down over here before. It's also worth checking because I have had plenty of times I've been looking for ore like this, and I found like a surface vein, and then you do the survey, and you'll be like, okay, we're basically done, and you'll hit like a corner, it'll be like small amounts, you'll be like, oh, small amounts? And then you'll get closer, and it'll be like huge amounts, you're like, alright, I understand. So still small amounts. Or, sorry, trace amounts. As you can see, we are just kind of widening the area out more and more. Now, obviously this is probably being impractical. I'm probably getting one more piece of copper, which wouldn't justify this because I am using a bronze tool to get this. So I am effectively using up some copper to do this. But, you know, as I said before, you never know when you're going to get lucky and you do this kind of thing and you find a vein under your vein or something like that. Okay. Let's see, apparently with fishing rod, you can catch invisible fish too now. We haven't tried it. Oh, no idea. Alright, let's go for the corner here and see if it still detects anything. No ore nearby. We got a little bit above. A little bit that altitude. So no ore nearby means it's gotta be within 5. Let's check up here. One more tile back. Check the extremities of the room again. In the two directions we supposedly see it. So trace over there. Trace over here. Huh. Because I wouldn't expect to find one unit of copper this far removed from the rest of it. So it's one tile up and farther out. I'm hoping this will say no. Alright. I'm burning so much trying to get this one sorted. If we get our point to the inventory basically being full, we'll just get out of here. The implication is that it should be above us slightly. Alright. There's a spot. Okay, are you happy now? No ore nearby. No ore nearby. Alright, so we're considering that one cleared. They apparently have even more copper straight north of us. My inventory space is tapped. So let's get home. We're also down to just one more thing of food. Yeah, so I got about 2 stacks worth of copper, so not a lot. That's just the nature of surface copper. Surface copper, easier to find, but usually does not give you nearly as much as other sources. Versus we go to one of the places that we detected like super rich copper or whatever, and we dig down to one of those, we should have a lot of copper down there. Black trumpet is definitely not poisonous. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, because like I said, I need to start making a point of hunting animals to get little bits of hide and all that kind of stuff. If I start seeing the random animals scurry away, I should at least take a passing go at them. If I can make the inventory space work, which is certainly a question right now. Alright. I heard it, I didn't see it. Go. Alright, so it's a mildly starving rabbit. Okay, so we've got you. It would be nice to get all the bone from this. Alright, so we can go here, do this, do that. There we go. Hurt the other one and ran over this way. I went way too far. Okay. Gonna be doing too much of the brush like that. Let's just get back home because, again, working on limited food. Actually, I'm out of food, but that's okay. We're literally pretty close to home. Yep, there's home right up there. Okay. And later on we're going to want to get compost and all that kind of stuff going. It's a very slow process to compost, but it does let you take, like, make yourself the richest soil in the game, which in turn, you know, lets you farm way more effectively. Alright. So, we have a ton of stuff to deal with. We could start by grabbing that stuff off of my bar. And grabbing all the andesite out here. Box is full. Was not prepared for the box to fill. We could fix that without too much of a hassle. But first, got a ton of the copper and all that. Yep, we've been putting work into this. We'll need to render the fat, so we can do that first. So drop the fat in there. Chuck you in here. Can render the fat real fast. Do a bunch of dirt blocks. You can drop those down here. And slowly but surely get all this stuff sorted. Yeah, I remember it being a whole thing about, like, going out of our way to use up as much of the stone blocks as possible because we ended with so many extras. That's far enough I'm supposed to go. There we go. Cool. So I've got that. So one thing we can do here is we can make stone paths. Yeah, imagine using, like, literally the best soil in the game to make just a normal path. Using the Tetra or whatever it is to make just straight up normal path. Or actually, I was gonna make this where the road is, right? Yo, put it like that. I was hoping to catch it. Now you can put the stairs in that spot. But yeah, we're gonna need lots of dirt. Eventually the plan is to start building a winery underneath. And when we start building the winery, then we get a ton of the dirt back that we've used to fill in the area. Wait, is that right? It's fine. Because I could always put, like, trees or something along the way. Okay, that's fine. That got some of the stone out of our inventory and a bunch of the rest. The fat should be rendered now, so that's good news. So with that, we could take you, chuck you over here. I'm going to take this and shove this in the corner for the moment. Because raw bushmeat, we can't cook like nice things with. We just kind of grill it. Let's let that do its thing. Alright, so we got the small raccoon hide. That's good for a little while. I know I'm running downstairs, that's an upstairs kind of problem. So I could do here. We got our lime water, we chuck you in, we seal it, and that'll process for a little while. We can go over to you and we can process the bones down. We'll worry about that later. Tuck the bones in there. We'll have a bunch of copper and all sorts of stuff to do. We are actually like late summer, early fall time frame. But the majority of the ones from this game, you get it from, let's see, you just time elapse, but the escalating thing starts at whatever minutes, continue to do soon after the last takes longer. Can end up being multiple days, if you keep dipping into matches. Oh, I missed whatever we're talking about with that. Which is fine. And thank you for Memon for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate that. And you are about to be good there, so... A Q banned permanently in Valorant lobbies? Ah, I see. Yeah, comes back to the game 2 years and came back with a 30-month ban applied. Gotcha. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. $30-month ban for going AFK in a lobby is pretty steep. Couple more firework. Oh, minutes? Okay, that's way less ridiculous. I thought you meant month. I was like, that's basically shy of a permanent ban, only a little. Alright, so what I need to do now is I'm going to need to grab our planks, which I believe are still down below. Are you getting windows before winter? That is the intent, but I need to go hunting for lead. That's kind of the problem of no matter what I should be hunting for, I keep going after more things. I can grab you out of here for now. It's down here for planks. Okay, we can go in here real fast. Grab my saw. Oh, right, if we go like this, then they're open top. Oh. Can I get one piece of dirt real fast? Yeah, so that's slate. There's our shale. Okay. I got tons of that. There's our cassiterite. Alright. So with that, it's 18, 36, 72. Of you and something like 8 of you. Alright, so 72 to 8 of you gives me 4 tin bronze ingots. Let me go ahead and chuck the charcoal here, grab you, light it up. Grab my tongs. I'll probably need more ingot molds in not too long. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and crunch some lime real fast while we wait. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. You do end up needing to take like a little bit of math to like figure out the alloy kind of stuff. That's kind of the nice thing, is bronze is really the only one for your direct tools you need to do it. There's later on some kind of fancy stuff you can make if you take the time. But generally speaking, you don't need to sit there and do a bunch of math. So we're crunching a bunch of lime. That'll be for processing leather and all that later. Okay, let's go check on this. Still going. Making some bone meal. You did a laboratory course, and the lecturer told you you're smart, but you need to work on your math. It happens. Okay, you're just getting close. Okay. Let's see, in Fallout you went to Concord with... Okay, I mean, you've listed off a whole bunch of ammunition. And I'll be honest, I don't remember it all in Fallout. Like, I remember using a bunch of different ammo and all that, but man, I don't remember it all. Like, I definitely remember there was ammo I could get rid of really fast. But I haven't played Fallout in a hot minute. Alright, so grab these out of here. .5mm. Ow. This for the minigun? Okay. So it was what? 72? Actually, to 8. We've got the bone meal. Bone meal, I want to say for this, the only recipe you use it for is the Terra Preta, which is your super amazing stuff, which requires powdered charcoal, compost, and bone meal. Compost we make by just chucking rot into a barrel and letting it ferment. So it is a thing that, where I'm growing like an overabundance of crops, that's fine. We definitely want to have an overabundance going on. So we got the brown coal. I actually have a lot of brown coal. Give me this crate. But yeah, so it was a thing that used to be in the game, but I would end up doing. Oh, don't go at an angle. I can't handle that. Alright. Yeah, no, that's fine. I just don't genuinely remember a lot in, like... a lot in that game, like, specifically how the different weapons were. Like, I had fun with it. It's just been a very long time since I played, so none of that is, like, ready in my memory. Like, the only Fallout game I played in the last couple years is Fallout 76, which I did very much enjoy. So that's still going. Yeah, so as you can see, we're just kind of doing one round after another, just making our bronze ingots. Have I tried quenching and tempering it? I have not looked into it at all. Okay, so let's go here. Oh, don't do that yet. Alright. You really think the devs should add a farm rumen that re-adds random amount of Terra Preta? That'd be realistic. I mean, is Terra Preta in itself realistic? I genuinely don't know. Tempering. Quenching and tempering. Ferrous metal, iron, meteoric iron, and steel. Dual weapons heads can obtain extra properties if properly quenched and or tempered. Non-ferrous metals cannot gain this. Gain bonuses or penalties from these processes. Quenching can be done with or without a layer of fire clay being added to the item. With clay, the durability will be improved. Without clay, the power level would be improved. Successfully quenching can only be done starting at a certain temperature range. As soon as shown in the tooltip of the item. When an item has reached this range, you may toss it into a block of liquid or right mouse button while looking at a block of water or a barrel of quenchable liquid. As of 1.22, water is the only valid quenchable or quenchant. You must swiftly bring the temperature down to below 100 C. Quenching does cause stresses in the metal, like in the form of percent chance to shatter if quenched again. You can quench an item in an unlimited number of times, but the shatter chance will go up consistently. While the benefits gained will decrease the magnitude each time, the shatter risk only applies to quenching, not tempering. After quenching, the bonus obtained will be shown in the tooltip, as will the number of times a piece can be properly quenched. If the item shatters during quenching, the item and all of its metal are lost. Tempering. The tempering process is used to reduce the shatter chance that quenching adds to an item. Similar to quenching, the tempering process involves bring the workpiece up to a specific temperature range, then cooling it. It differs from quenching in that the temperature is lower and the rating of cooling must be much slower than quenching. Allowing the item to simply cool in the air while held in place is sufficient. Successfully tempering will reduce the shatter chance slightly. If your tempering improved the durability of the blade, the durability will remain unchanged. However, if your quenching improved the power will go down slightly. The shatter chance will go down more though, as a percent of the total. One cannot temper an item more times than it has been quenched. Yeesh. Okay, so it seems like the idea is you can use the quench to get yourself like your item bonuses and all that kind of garbage and make it better, but at the same time it runs a risk of just destroying the item outright, and then you use tempering to mitigate that risk. I'm assuming that's something that like is probably entirely unnecessary. You don't have to do it, but that's fine. Yeah, no, it seems like you will be able to quench the first time okay without any serious concerns. But after that, you know, there'll be demons. Yeah, you'll just burn the coal. So ultimately the big question comes, well, I mean, it seems like the benefit there is that making, for example, steel is a very, very laborious thing in this game. It takes a long time to go and like get your iron, put it in the bloomery, process the iron, you know, bloom from the bloomery, and get like all that sorted to then, you know, get your steel, start going and doing that, and that process just needs to cook for ages and all that. If you get a % bonus in durability for steel, it's pretty big. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it's probably not a thing you'd want to mess with iron too much. It probably doesn't give you the value, but I could definitely see the value there being for steel, since, you know, it has such a higher base amount, and with how long steel takes to make, just making it so you don't have to make more steel tools for longer is probably worth. Can you find rare or unique weapons? No. There is no idea in the game of like getting a sword 2 or a sword of swiftness or the honor sword or like whatever. There's no concept to any of that kind of stuff. Like, generally speaking, the loot in this game is actually kind of underwhelming when it comes to fighting the enemies. You also saw that they finally added iron and steel spears. Spears are back to the table. That's good. Because it was weird, that thing. Let's see, there are some rare weapons you can find, but they're broken, rusted hunks of junk. Yeah, like, that's, you can have them for, like, hanging on the wall cosmetic things, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, I get what you're saying. You're talking about, like, the rusted weapons or whatever that you could find. Let's see, there were traders that could sell weapons that you can make, weren't there? Yes, you can. You could just go up and straight up trade to get weapons and all that. I actually don't know too much about trading in this game so far as like the inventory considerations. Like if I buy something from a trader, is it just gone from their inventory? Or if I keep coming back and keep giving them bread and trading them, can I like slowly just, you know, exchange bread into weapons versus making them? Because I've got at least 4 traders I know of nearby, and every single one of them accepts bread in trade. Yeah, like a 5 durability great hammer that crumbles to rusty dust the moment you swing it. Yeah. Well, that's the idea. You're finding it in a ruin. It's dilapidated. It's terrible. Alright. So the good news is we are going to be plenty square on bronze. So we can take the time to make ourselves a bronze lantern. Hey, Naked Jedi, how's it going? Oh. Some nice rainy day blacksmithing. Yeah, and they have lots of cosmetic stuff. We have seen quite a few that are willing to sell me weapons and all that. It saves time. Yeah, and I'm just doing round after round. I'm trying to make all the bronze we can right now. You know what I'm gonna need? I'm gonna need light in this room as well. Okay. As you remember correctly, one of the items to watch out for the trader inventories is chandeliers. Every time your character does the thing where they like wipe their brow or that, it always startles me because this giant thing covers like the left hand of your screen. You're like, oh god, what monster is about to maul my face? Yeah, so where we did those 3 surface copper nodes, that's what this is getting us, is probably a dozen or so bronze ingots, which should be plenty of bronze ingots and all that to get us to the point of being able to like get our iron sorted out. Because all I need to do iron now is fire clay. And the places we can find that, we can go to the Bauxite Desert and just kind of wander around, seeing if we get lucky and have a surface node of Fireclay there, which is probably what we'll do when we have daylight. We can also continue to hunt around on the map, surveying, looking for, there's a, it's like Bitmus coal or something like that. I'm getting the first word wrong, I'm sure. But, it's a hot burning coal as opposed to the brown coal we've got. But Fireclay usually spawns directly underneath it. And you can definitely get, like, really, really big areas of Fireclay that way. That's kind of the dream when you're dealing with Fireclay, is to find one of those pockets. Because usually that's enough Fireclay to keep you sorted for a good while. Alright, so got all that sorted, you should be more than ready. Okay. It's coming along nicely. It is. And we're just trying to get our leather working done. You see no backseating tag, but since you have a lot of experience, do you allow helpful hints? Yeah, as long as it's something that isn't like a big reveal kind of thing. Stuff that's like unintuitive about the game is fine, or be like, hey, have you considered that? That kind of stuff is fine. It'd only be stuff like, did you know if you go to the third location in the story that you actually can go and find the Infinite Hammer of Infinite, like, you know, you get the idea. Like, the point where you definitely cross into the spoilers territory. And by the way, I do not believe there's an Infinite Hammer of Infiniteness. Because that shouldn't be a thing. Like, it definitely can move a water source here. It's also a thing, if you split the stacks here, they do go faster. We're just kind of dealing with the fact that I'm waiting on this to cool as well, so that's becoming its own like little limiter here as well. Oh, I must have touched my toe on it. But what if there was a hammer of infiniteness? Well, every hammer is a hammer of fitnesses. That's very hard to say. Infinite finin. Just finin. No other part. Or finite. Finiteness. A hammer of finiteness. Alright. So with this, That's a prospecting pick mold. My prospecting pick's in good shape. There's the pickaxe mold. There's the axe. There's the shovel. And we're good on hammers, so I think the last one will just be an ingot. You can make quartz glass with only sticks and chunks of clear quartz. Use those for windows until you find lead. Yeah, okay, that's no problem. Actually, I'm aware of the quartz glass. Yeah, I've actually made that a bunch of times. It's still a good hint, or a good detail. But that's actually, man, I think almost all the greenhouses I've ever made in the game have all used the quartz glass. Alright, also, we've got the big lanterns now. Okay, so large lantern is a plate and 4 nails and strip and clear quartz on both sides. And I guess the question I would have, the large lanterns, I can still hold that in my offhand, right? It's not something like the regular lantern you can hold in your offhand, but the other one you can't. Worry about your winter? I'm not... Well, yeah, no. For, like, the Windows side of thing, I'm actually not super worried about it. I've, not on stream, I've started runs in winter on the, Homo sapiens. Which, don't get me wrong, it is very much like you put down the fire by your feet, and you go and, like, huddle in a cave by your little fire. Then you run out and you start grabbing a bunch of stuff. And then you scramble back to your little cave to do the next thing. You try and hunt what little you can in between. It's pretty brutal. Oh, wait. I did set these out for a reason. Alright. So drop the charcoal in there for now. You haven't played since 1.9. You reinstalled on a new computer. You're learning more and more about the changes watching your stream. Yeah, and I knew that they had changed the berry bushes. I hadn't, like, that you needed to fertilize them was about the only one I had really caught. Because I just hadn't really kept up with what was going on. I hadn't caught the fact that they had to, like, do cuttings and all that kind of stuff, which I actually like. I'm sure it is one of those changes that was certainly... people probably had very strong opinions and strong feelings about. Good, bad, or otherwise, people probably had very, very strong feelings about that particular change. Because that was kind of the really, really easy food and whatnot. Large population, empty. Empty, empty, large population, large population, large population, poor population. Alright, so... Oh, right. Wait a second. Don't do it that way. That'll take me forever. We have our scythe. Alright, we definitely need to keep building this up. The intention, I won't have to do this like weird shimmy up the wall long term. Because I believe, if I remember correctly, the scythe can do reeds. Well, the tempering is just an added thing, unless they missed and they like somehow penalized a bunch of stuff. Alright, we're starting to the point where stuff's starting to turn brown. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, we'll run. We'll run in the darkness. It'll be fine. I say immediately getting caught on train and not sure why. I accidentally threw my torch into the water. That's what I figured. The moment I could get up the hill at all, this is all lit up here. Keep moving my stuff around and then forgetting my entire organization. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? Let's see here. We have the grass. Alright, so this is already full. So we've got our clay here. I got some reeds there. That's not what I wanted to grab. I wanted to grab the reeds. Okay, we got 4 skeps. We can drop that off. I'm sitting on copious amounts of this again. Okay, we're running into a problem. We got too much thread. Oh. Put this on the wall for a minute. Let's get viciously attacked by bees. Why can't I pick that off the ground? Keeping that one the way it is. Am I failing at understanding something? I broke the second one just fine and got my honey. Would you go away, bees? Are those higher tier hives? What? I'm not aware of there being a tier system to the hives. Yeah, because weirdly I'm seeing them on the ground. Alright, let's try something. See if we can pick this up. You're curious why I'm breaking them? Oh, so in this game, to get the stuff out of the hives, because they're like old school hives, they're skeps, which are just made out of clay and reeds. To get the honey out of it, you have to break the hive. We don't have like the slide out shelves or whatever. So you let the bee population build up, you do all that stuff, and then you break the hive to get the stuff out of it. What I didn't understand is 2 of them, they didn't give me the honey, they like popped off. And then sat on the ground, and then they were an item I couldn't pick up. They're still down there. So I'm not sure about that, because one of them I got the honey out of it. And even tried digging up the ground to see if that would help. So I kept this one here. If it doesn't have honey, it won't break. Okay, but now it's stuck in the ground, and I have inventory space for it. You made an empty... I've got a whole empty bag slot. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Right, because it's a populated beehive. Right, right. I forgot about that whole key part where it's populated. Okay. Ah, so it says harvestable. Okay, so it's gotta actually watch what it says text-wise. Okay, that's good information. That's just not update, because all those are nearby flowers. Okay, so we do get some of the reeds back. So that's some good news. But not all of them. But yeah, so the idea is you do that, and then you slowly get your honey. We do need to make the press. I forgot about that. Which I've got everything I need for that. I put the hives on posts inside the ground just so I could see them better. By putting them up above the flowers, I can spot them easily. It's the same reason why when I do my berry bushes, I don't tend to make them a solid area. I'll make them in rows, is just so I can kind of see over the top of them. Alright, so for the press, well, let's, do the rascally raccoons eat honey? I mean, it makes sense for them to do it. You've eaten cones by accident when hand squeezing? Presses are nice. Do they have hand squeezing in the game? I don't recall that previously being a thing. But that could also be one of those things that, like, is just a mod that people... Okay. Yeah, it's been in for a long time? Gotcha. That's fine. We've got the fat and everything. All right. So I've got a better axe, a backup pickaxe, a replacement shovel when her shovel breaks. All right. Oops, you found delicious pastries and they fell directly in your mouth. I do hate it when that happens. Don't you hate it when you accidentally, like, fail at a diet by just eating things? Clearly could not be something I could have prevented. Alright, let's get this going. Alright, so there's the rod. Cool. Then I need a plate. You're on the ladder naked and you fell on this potato style. Or ER people. You do hear of utterly cursed things happening that ER people are just like, well, I'm dealing with this now. This is my day. So we're making the metal plate. I'm gonna make myself a big lantern. Which does mean I'll probably need to sift some bony sand. Try and get ourselves a candle. One, two, three, four. Yeah, that takes 2 tin bronze ingots. Alright, I'll have to do this in 2 batches, because those other ones are like, this is probably going to be cooled off before those ones are heated up. It's fine. The extras can become boxes. Alright, let's see. You asked the ER nurse what the weirdest Halloween story was. Apparently there was a guy just coming in for, like, a cold or something, covered in fake blood, nearly gave the intake nurse a heart attack. I can see that. Yeah, so you got the large lantern, which I can't seem to click on. That's fine, we'll do it this way. Yeah, so large lantern. Okay, so it's 8 brackets. And it said I could use the plain glass or quartz glass, or clear quartz, and then a candle. So I think we're gonna go ahead and make a double batch of the brackets and all that stuff. So again, so I can make chests to start organizing our poor inventory. Okay. It can also be a very useful thing in this game to just kind of knock out a bunch of materials. It's also surprising, like, you can be like, oh man, I got so much materials like work with, I'm in so great shape, and how fast you can burn through it all. Because you'll want to put up a bunch of lanterns around your property so you can actually see and all that. And as you can probably notice, it's going to be like 4 ingots per lantern. The smaller ones just don't have nearly as much area coverage. Okay, so what else do we want to get going here? I know I'm going to need more bronze plates. Oh, we can do a tin bronze knife. That'd be good. Start getting ourselves some of the tools. You ever thought about playing Minecraft mod? This was either directly inspired by? Not really. I generally don't like to pick up mods. It's just not my preference. So while it's cool and all that, it's just not a thing I tend to worry about. We can do the meat cleaver. I don't remember even making it the last time. A bronze crowbar, that's new. Tin bronze tongs. Sure. That way when we break our tongs, we got spares ready to rock and roll. Terra Permacraft? Yeah. No, it's just not my preference. I have to wait for these all to cool down. That's fine. Okay. Okay, we got our soaked raccoon. So now what I do is we take our soaked raccoon and we scrape the pelt. I take our scraped pelt and we chuck it in here with the weak tannin. Meanwhile, I need 5 more oak logs. Make some strong tannin. Crowbars for working with beams. Gotcha, I haven't done anything with the beams. Alright, so you go to our other weak tannin. You're now going to be strong tannin. Alright, so with the rod here, that's used exclusively for the fruit press, which is the hammer. Alright, let's go over here. So we need... There's our 2 rendered fat. the chisel, and the hammer. Pop on down here and grab our planks and our resin. Okay. So, for the press, it's a plus sign. Alright. So you go there, you go here, you make a plus. I think you were here. Hammer there, and you here? Try that again. Okay. Hammer, chisel on the left. Okay. That's what we had wrong, so grab our hammer, chisel, planks, bat, resin, bar, done. And actually, for right now, I'm going to put you down here. We'll get another bucket for what's time to deal with all that. Grab the bony soil. Grab you. Because we want to get a candle. Because then I can make my big lantern. Alright, in the meantime, let's go to you. There's a rendered fat. I'll put the planks back down below, I guess. Actually, no, I won't. I'll leave those in my inventory just in the off chance we go do the next thing. Alright, so what we can do then is I got a little pocket right here that I previously carved. You know what? This is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just run down the hill. Find a nice little pool of water to drop into. And I'm only going to do this until we get a candle. Just one. It is an RNG thing, so it can be pretty unreliable of happening in a timely manner, but okay, we got a bone for the first one. But this can give you all sorts of cool stuff. And what we're hoping for is it can give you a candle. And you can make candle using the wax. Have enough honeycombs for a few. If the honey, bony soil doesn't pan out, yeah. Mostly what I'm trying to think with the honey is I kind of want to wait till I have enough to make it worth my while. Okay, we got a lore book. Alright. I caught the, doesn't pan out. I caught the emphasis there. I was choosing to hide from the pun. Alright. Got a copper arrowhead. I'm observing. Oh, we can not move most of that around. I should have definitely emptied my inventory before we came here. Well, I'm going to finish this stack, because it won't stack as a partial block. enjoying ourselves a little bit more food. Okay, so I think I got 2 more inventory spots available. But you can also find some cool stuff like necklaces and all that kind of stuff in here. Which are cosmetic, but still. It has been like raining in game non-stop for multiple days. Oh, we got a gear, that's money. Okay. Yep, no, rain is good. It's just like, it was funny. The area's like, oh yeah, rain is very common. I'm like, cool, I like that. It means I don't have to water nearly as much. But then with all that going on, we were sitting there for like a good chunk of a full month, and I'm like, man, it is not raining on this town. Like, I even mentioned it. And it was like like we had gone from June to July, like June it was almost like not raining at all. And then we got into July in the game, and it's been pretty commonly raining. And since we got into like August, it's been very steady rain. I don't know how much they do for like weather patterns and that in the game. I don't think they do a ton, but that would be a curiosity if like different times of the year you have a lot more weather and all that. Alright, so we got another arrowhead. You can't hide from the bright light of the pun. It's so intense, you can't help tanning. Alright, now you're trying too hard. Like when you really lean into trying to make the pun happen, it definitely really takes away from it. Alright, so we didn't get more loose stuff. Let's go ahead and drop a bunch of these things off. Because we got like the spare hammers and all that stuff. The harder you lean, the better. I mean, you definitely want the pun to be overt and like eye-rolly. That is important for the execution of a proper like dad joke kind of joke. You're not wrong. Okay. So we've got the strips, we've got the metal plate, we would need the clear quartz and the candle. We are actively attempting to make the candle happen. The arrowheads I don't care about right now. It'll help a little bit. Okay, come on, candle. With this much, I should be able to get at least like 2 candles out of it. Granted, they could have very much changed the, you know, very much changed the drop rates and all that, or even what's even on the drop table, who knows. Let's see, plans for children are now in motion. In 10 years, I have another victim for bad jokes. I hope it all works out for you and all that. The good news is getting me a bunch of bones and all that as well. But yeah, so I want to get the lantern, because then we can start using that for my light running around. And if we use the lantern for my light running around, I can jump into water, it won't go out, like, that all goes away. And whatnot. Eventually you'll want to replace a lot of the lights in our home with lanterns as well, because they're just so much brighter. It really does help a great deal. So, once we get the lantern, we need to go after the firefly. I do think I will give the box of desert that I said, hey, I ran through there, I didn't see it. We didn't do a very careful look. I do think I'll give it another pass. But, like, actually pay attention versus just running around kind of deal. Okay. I also do wish you could click and hold to do this. Because you're gonna right-click to pick it up, right-click again to do it. I do kind of wish you could just point at the stack and say, like, hey man, let's make it happen. I'm pretty sure with Napster you can configure that. I have not done so, nor do I particularly care. Like, put the effort in. Because I feel like that's kind of one of those things that you could get to the point of devolving where whenever there's nothing else going on, of just like grabbing a pile of sand and like slowly sifting it into like, you know, little bits of gold and silver and copper and all that. Getting your random gears and junk. Okay, is that an emerald we just found? A rough emerald. Cool. Is that copper or bronze for... Yeah, I want to say that's for making scale mail. Alright, that's cool, I guess. I don't intend to make copper scale mail, but, you know, I could now. I mean, I'd need a bunch more of them, and I'm not willing to make them. Because I'd rather turn the copper into bronze and the bronze into tools. Because generally I found most runs I will stick to the cloth and the leather armor up until we can get like plate mail and chain mail kind of stuff going. And then, you know, like do that in steel. Like don't bother doing the lower metals. Right, that looks like a copper spearhead. That I'm not going to complain about, because we're going to be hunting animals, and an extra spear that's actually good would be decent. Because you probably started to notice some of the plants around us have been turning brown. We are starting to get into fall in the game. So I'm going to expect a lot of our crops to start failing due to temperature. And then that's just, at that point, we just got to kind of ride out the winter. I do have a lot of cloth this time, more than I've had most runs. So I'm feeling pretty good about being able to make some actual proper clothes to warm up my character. That should help. Nothing nearly as excited as getting, like, a big, heavy, like, bear coat or whatever. We can make that happen. Okay. One thing we'll probably do in not too long is we'll probably take our bronze axe and just kind of go on a deforestation spree just to get ourselves lots and lots and lots of firewood. To start getting stuff ready for the next round in a charcoal pit. Because we have been slowly burning through our charcoal. And it's definitely a thing that, once you get to the point of doing, like, iron and all that, because of how many steps are involved, you do go through a lot of charcoal pretty quickly. Candles are not that rare. I was figuring with the stack we had, I'd end up with 2 candles. If we get down to 1 more bony sand block, I'm just gonna do that. You don't think you got a candle panning, but you don't pan much? Keep in mind, you only get a candle panning bony soil. But that's... I haven't done it in this version. But that was what you did until you got, like, your beehives, like, we're like, there we go! So we'll finish this 1 block, we'll pack it away. And then we can get our big lantern. And we got, I'm not sure what that one is. A gemstone of some kind. Alright, what do we get? A rough diamond. Yeah, so you saw that vine was getting a little brown. Okay, so with that, we can pop in here. Got more gears. We've got some clear quartz. Let's go remind ourselves. So we need, for the big lantern. Oh, this is the silver plate's optional. So plate, quartz, parts. All right. So we would do you, candle. Large tin bronze lantern. Let's go. Drop you back off here. And then for you to make chests. Okay, it's just in the middle. Cool. We got 2 of you. We got some spare spears. Drop you off there. Alright. Right. I always forget that I have to, in my inventory, make those into the larger chests. Alright, so right now I'm just going to chuck all that stuff in there. And go over to you. Grab all this junk. Cool. Let's drop that in there and that in there. Alright, so we got another chest here to deal with. And I don't think we need it down here. Okay, so we got all that. Let's go downstairs and clear out the last of the junk down there. That is not food. He may or may not be clipping you throwing the torch in the water. That's fine. It won't be the first or the last time that happens this run. Those are just things that happen. Alright, so let's grab this. I can grab you. Cut you into reeds. I'll end up needing to do a bunch of organization with a lot of this. It's just gonna be a thing that takes time. That's okay. Okay, we can break you. Yeah, so we got a ton of wood there. Okay, so all that's food. So the only things left that is not part of that is this stuff. Got those boxes. And this is the box I have for rotting stuff that I don't want. One thing you can do to help with rotting early game is you can go out of your way to grab any poison mushrooms that you got room for, and then just take them home and chuck them in the box to rot. Okay. I forgot I have all this redwood, and my intention for all that redwood is to just turn it into firewood. Because I do need to make my new fire pit. Alright, with that, there should be nothing but food and that down here. Let's go in here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But as you can see, the lantern is much nicer. Getting all that sorted. Alright. And if we were going to make a place for the new charcoal pit, it'd honestly be someplace like over here, just expand behind that, make a giant hole, start filling it up. Wait for that to cook. Do a quick look around for any of this that needs to be dealt with. Seeing ones through there, I keep doing that. Am I seeing through there? Our first fennel. The problem is all of this is nitrogen.
Okay.
So it's gonna be very soon that we start taking damage because of starvation. But on the plus side, due to heat, the growth has been stunted. Just a little starvation, don't mind it. Let's see. Fine, I'll eat the one carrot. Stop whining. Alright, I'm gonna have to run back up there and go stuff. So that's, okay. Okay, so those all used K as well. So did those. Alright, so we don't have any more stuff we can plant there yet. Okay, we can go back down there because now I've got more inventory space. I'll jump right off the side. Oh, stop whining about the starvation. Do I actually have the hoe on me? I do not. Okay, so we can go ahead and toss these seeds up there. We get a bunch more crops. But yeah, we're hitting the end of our grow season. Oh, can I change my settings temperature-wise? Let's see. Temperature. Interface, temperature. I was trying to see, I vaguely remember having Fahrenheit and Celsius. But for the life of me, I don't see it. That's fine. Yeah, so 16C, I want to say that's pretty brisk. Not like, oh, you're gonna get like frostbite, like you're not gonna like freeze to death or anything, like just a little on the chilly side. Like hoodie weather, if memory serves me correctly. We're just making sure to fully appreciate our food. Everyone knows food tastes better when you're actively starving. Let's see, the 10s are cold, the 20s are comfy, 30s hot, 40s nasty hot. Yeah, so we're like in the mid-teens. That is 60 Fahrenheit? Yeah, so that'd be a little on the brisk side again, like a hoodie weather. If you're sitting around, you're gonna get real uncomfortably cold with that. But if you're moving around, it's not too terrible. Got fennel. All right. Because, like, room temperature would be, like, 68 to 76, maybe. Like, you'll have people argue about what actual room temperature is, but, like, it's in that vague area. Alright, so things we can work on. Let's go ahead and... what time is it? It's 3. We can go ahead and we're going to go for... almost exactly southwest is the Spoxic Desert. We're going to go straight west till we see the Shale Desert, and then go south to the Bauxite. 2 meals should be enough. Yeah, I just kind of... I don't do, like, the actual math in my head. It's just... well, Fahrenheit's the numbers I'm used to. It comes up enough in discussion, having, like, dealt with a lot of international stuff, that you start to get kind of a feel being like, okay, you know, oh, they said 20? Alright, well, 20 doesn't seem too bad. Oh, 30's hot. You just kind of get those vague, like, rough kind of areas. Oh, hey. I'll take mushrooms. So you kind of just get like a very rough guesstimate. Because I don't need to actually math it out, because I can math it out if I'm having to deal with, like, oh, cooking, like, what temperature does my food need to be, Celsius versus that. It's like, man, 1, I don't have to actually deal with that. But 2, if I did have to deal with that, I'd just look that crap up. You know, pull out a calculator, do something like that. So it's mostly just getting a gauge for, like, okay, what is thing? Like, what is a reasonable temperature? Just kind of have a vague idea of that. Hey, Pelnova, how's it going? Alright, so... we still gotta go west farther. Still trying to be good about picking up all the, bad puppy, bad puppy, bad puppy. Where did you go? I'm pretty sure I hurt the puppy enough. Yeah, it's running away because it's badly injured. Okay, the dog is limping, which I don't remember there being a limping animation before. Got him. Alright, because we're starting to do that because we are trying to get our leather working going properly. Okay, so... pretty hard to hit those raccoons at a distance. That's fine. Okay. Saw something running in the brush. Where did you go? Alright. Cool. So just south of us is the Bauxite Desert, which we're checking for the fire clay. It's going to be behind that before I get a chance to get the throw off. Just hitting a little teeny tiny rabbit with like a thrown spear, you would have just debris left of the poor rabbit. You'd be picking up bits of rabbit. You've died to a raccoon? Yeah, no, I've died to a raccoon in the game too, because it'd be like super low on life, like starving, and you'd be like, oh, raccoon. And you'll run up and you'll peg it, it'll turn around and give you a slap. And then you're dead and you're like, okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and put our lamp away so we're not wasting hunger. Now, downside is we look at this meat, it's only good for a day or two. It starts to rot really fast. And while I'd definitely like to get the protein from it, I'm also okay if it does rot, because then I can turn the rot into fertilizer, which I could turn into really, really, really good farming soil. So it's kind of one of those things I'm like, well, both are good. Okay, so what we're trying to look out for is fire clay. It can spawn here, and it'll be a little bit different of a texture and color. And it'll have like a almost like a grayish blue in it, but it'll also be predominantly like kind of an orange as well. Actually, I'm standing right here. Let's go ahead and do a survey while I'm sitting here. One thing that's not really helping is all this shrubbery. Just making it harder to see around. Oh, did they nerf bears? When did they do the bear nerf? Because I definitely remember getting 1 and 2 tapped by bears constantly. And then the more annoying thing is they were utterly silent when they moved up to you half the time. So you'd just be standing there and go, meow, because you just instantly got swiped. The only sound was the sound like they hit that, or the swing that hit you. They nerfed the spawn rate? That would make sense, because... Okay, this is interesting. So we have copper... right there. I've got plenty of that right now, so I'm not gonna focus on it. We did mark it for later. As long as I got a decent amount of bronze back home. As fun as having pet bears is, you wouldn't recommend it. Their sound effects are constantly being aggroed while I was at the base is annoying. That's a classic in a lot of games where you get an animal and you're like, this is so cool, and then, you know, minutes later you're like, okay, I need this thing to shut up. Yeah, it's a box of grapple. Oh yeah, no, I've definitely seen where people manipulate the spawns by keeping a bunch of critters captured. Just be chill, you guys in there. We don't need to have any murders today. Mine or yours. Okay, nothing that to me would imply fire clay. So it's looking not great for the fire clay cause. Oh, well, that's disappointing. Yeah, there's no way I was getting ready to go for that jump. It's like, actually, wait a second. Okay, so definitely need to manage to turn to get over there. I do have, like, a little spot of bauxite down here. We'll go and check that real fast. I doubt it's going to be anything we care about. Okay. So just want to get over here and hopefully be able to turn north. Keep checking out the desert. We're just running into all this craggy terrain. Okay, some of these berry bushes are starting to get really red. Okay, so this will take us back into the bauxite desert. Alright, with at least the high up vantage point, I kind of move around and peek down to the ground below. That's just more gravel. Nothing we care about. Shade. Yes, this is looking pretty unlikely that we're going to find any fire clay. I'm running out of desert here. Well, it's certainly possible I've overlooked it. Okay. Actually, I see something curious over here. Probably not what I'm looking for, but at least stands out a little bit. Don't play with my heart. Okay, there is fire clay. I just started seeing up here. I'm like, wait a second, that's got a little bit more of a blue tint. Than we have. So, fire clay, save. Yeah, no, it's definitely bigger than the last time I played this game and found a fire clay pit on the surface, which is the very first playthrough I did. It was a pretty small fire clay pit I found. We're gonna put that in here to save inventory space. You know your hours you never found in the wild? Yeah, Yeah, so people aren't sure what I saw, and this has to do with minimap stuff. So I saw there was a little bit of blue. This up here could be another spot. That also there could be another spot. Maybe that up there. Because remember it was like ever so slightly like bluish color. This is for iron. That's currently why I'm grabbing it, is we found iron, but I can't do anything with the iron until I have the fire clay. You can also make glass. Oh, I'm about to run out of food. Oh no, we can eat that. That give me a little more inventory space too. Okay. Got rid of my stone spear. I've got 2 copper ones, so you can go wherever. Also, you can go ahead and get rid of the small skeleton as well. Alright, that's probably going to be it. Okay. We also need to get out of here because I don't have more food. So we're going to get over here and we're going to start starving. I just need to keep on running. Because most likely on the way home, I'll end up finding some berries where I'll chuck my stone knife on the ground because I got a bronze knife. But yeah, so we did mark where it was. There was definitely more fire clay. But, like, I grabbed a bunch. 9 stacks. That should keep us good for a while. If I remember correctly, yeah, get all the mounds over there. So you want to head north and then east, unfortunately. Because as you can see, to the east, that terrain there sucks. What are you looking for? Nothing now. We're going home. We got ourselves a whole heap of fire clay. You've actually had timing. I think that's the second or third time where it's been like, what are you looking for? It's like, well, it just so happens we're going home, so home, I guess? But I know where that is. I got a big house icon on my map. Oh, yeah, there's that starvation. Yep, there we go. Yep, feeling a little bit alive. Okay, we're fine. It's not that deep. You didn't realize you can put marks on the map? Oh yeah, no, that's there's a mode called, I believe it's the Homo sapiens mode, that I believe will turn off your map by default, if I remember correctly. Is either that one or another one, but one of the modes will turn off the map by default. And that's like the hard no for me on that mode. It's like, man, all the stuff you gotta find in this game, I do not want to deal with that crap. You get most of your information from a streamer who's playing without the map? Yeah, no, if you're playing without the map, it is one of those things that you just kind of have to sit there and, like, you take the time to build paths, you take the time to put, like, landmarks. That way, if you do get turned around, you can get it all sorted out. Oh, can't do that. Funeral belt. We can do a white oyster. We got some significant hail going on. Oh, you're lucky, little fox. I don't have the the inventory to deal with you. Oh wait, it's not what I wanted to do, but it is what I did. I like how you built your base in the UK. Oh, just it raining and hailing and all that all the time. Honestly, I feel like most of the time when you start the game, I've almost always had it start me in like a vaguely temperate area, with lots of rain and stuff. How do you replant bushes now? So if instead of just taking the knife to it like I did, I hit the I hold like the right mouse button, I can take a cutting from a bush once per year, and I can take that cutting back home and then plant it, which means I don't get a fully grown bush. I have to grow the bush from like the small size. But now to kind of offset that, you've got some bushes that'll have like, oh, this one's got like thick rinds on its plants so that the, you know, the yield is much higher, or oh no, that one's got thin rinds on their plants, so it actually does really worse. And you also have to fertilize the plants now, and it's not super often you have to do it, but they have made it so the berry bushes aren't the infinite food they were previously. You have to put at least a little effort into them now. But yeah, to give you an idea, I did replant some over here. And yeah, so like this one has ripe duration is longer, harvest speed is faster. This one has a harvest, you know, a bunch of boosts. We got higher yield, lower nutrition things. Gosh, you love thick rinds. Yeah, no, it's definitely the thing. You'd take the time to start getting that all going, and there was just nothing else you had to worry about. Okay, so we can go here. Seal you. Seal you. Give the fat and all that. So you need to start that cooking. Time to reinstall, you think? Yeah, no, they've made a lot of changes. And generally speaking, I've been enjoying the bulk of the changes. I haven't run into any changes like, oh, I don't like that. Why would they do that? And I haven't had any change that have had, like, a significant negative. There's definitely some of the changes that are going to require a little bit of adjustment for me. But that's fine. Right, and then I have in here... Grab these. Oh, feeling alive again. Okay, so fire clay. So for fire clay, the things we can make out of this that we care about is we can make the refractory bricks. We can make fire clay bricks. That's straightforward with that one. Then these ones have extra ingredients otherwise. Sorry. We can make a clay oven, which I need to remember to do. The clay oven is for making bread and all that. So I want to get that happening. Yeah, I think the big things we want is we want a clay oven or two. We want enough fire bricks to get our bloomeries. And then later on we'll get these. And you can get all sorts of cool stuff with that. But we'll get that going. Hold that for right now. You just go over here in this corner. Alright, I'm gonna need way more firewood. Alright. And then for these, we need the bloomery, so that's 8 per segment. Yeah, so it's 8, 10, 12 per bloomery. So that's 2 bloomeries. That'd be 4 bloomeries. Okay, so next contestant is we want that. Okay, I'm gonna make 2 of them. Which is unfortunately gonna cost me a decent amount of fire clay. But then this makes it so we can make pie and we can make bread. And the traders all seem to really want my bread. Okay. Gonna require 47 clay to do this. So between these two, that's almost 2 full of my stacks of fire clay gobbled up. Which is fortunately way more expensive than the brick end of it. So it's not too bad for the bricks. The bricks are actually pretty cost effective. Okay. Start working on this one. Now, good news, I don't have to, like, actually fire these. We just put them over where we want them, and that'll be good. Meanwhile, let's grab one of the cooking pots. Yeah, you're done. We will need to render the fat. That was weird, it gave me 2 of them. Oh. Well, that's a bug. One of my cooking pots temporarily became a piece of cooked red meat, and then when I went to stack the cooked red meat, it vanished. And so one of the cooking pots is just gone now. Yeah, it definitely feels like with 1.22, I have run into way more bugs than normal. Like, it's still not very many bugs, like, it's been pretty mild. But I've gone from, like, basically no noticeable bugs to now I'm occasionally getting it, like, where... Like, that case, where I had a cooking pot that just kind of vanished into the ether or whatever. I've had a couple of other, like, little one-off things. I had where I was trying to craft the pickaxe. Or, sorry, not pickaxe, an axe. And I put the recipe in and you'd momentarily see the recipe and then vanish. So I had to, like, relog and then just put the exact same things in the exact same spot and then it worked fine. There we go. We're making 4 servings of turnip carrot stew with boiled onion and fennel. That actually sounds like a legitimate stew. Okay. Now, the other thing is, once we do this, I'm able to make pie. Pie is really good. It stores for a very long time. You can put, like, a bunch of different food groups together, which helps out a lot. And so in Fallout 4, you put together a little bedroom with a personal bed and that the Horizon mods adds among other things. Gotcha, I don't know, the Horizons mod is not eligible to be claimed by a settler. Gotcha. Oh, so what you're saying is that mod will let you make a bedroom and then you can be like, okay, but only you use it. Others can't, you know, claim it or whatever. Alright, so with that we can go down here. Oh, actually I do need this spot. Okay. So the front corners we get rid of. Let's fill up the inside. Alright. But I believe these are kind of like your biggest thing you can tackle so far as clay goes. The good news is they don't wear out. These things. So you just build them, and then you're good forever. Okay. Oh, that's the first one. Just gotta add the top to it, put a little chimney on it, and we are good. All right. Cool. And so with this, we can pick these up. Cool, and we got that. And we do want to be careful about not overusing the fire clay. And what I mean by that is we will run into a situation where I'm going to need lots of the fire clay for making steel and iron. Why is some of my inventory blue? I have a mining bag. My camera is covering it right. Let me actually move my camera real fast. I have to move around every once in a while for different games. Let's go ahead and put you right over here. There we go. You look down here, I've got a mining bag. And so the mining bag has tons of space in it. But you can only put metal, stones, and ores and stuff like that in. So I can put my mining tools in here. If I try and put my food, it's a no dice. So it's a bag that only has specific purposes, but it's got high capacity. Alright, so that's for bread. We're not ready to do bread things quite yet, but that's good to have that. Right. So we got our fire clay sorted. So at this point, we want to go ahead and go to where we found our iron and deal with that. Gotcha. Okay, so the iron we had, how far away was that? So that's... Okay, so that's actually not that far. We can run over there. So we have calm rift activity today, because we do have the drifters turned on. So once we start going underground, the area we have our iron is pretty rift active, like pretty temporal active. So what'll end up happening is it will gradually start getting more and more to the point of spawning enemies. So we will want to stay on top of that. What's that about rift activity? So in the game, you'll see current rift activity calm. If you're playing with the drifters on, so we're like the little spooky guys who, they, walk around, little zombie thing, slap you, little spider thing that chases around, and like the ones that shoot harpoons at you, those, basically, the higher that activity is, the more you're going to likely see that day of those enemies. It is a thing that if you have like a high activity day, it's usually best to just not bother trying to go mining. You've been sleeping through the night in your playthrough? It's not a bad plan. But the enemies will show up if the rift activity is high enough. It's also, if you have the actual rifts turned on, there will be way more of them. But that, even if you have the rift turrets off, it's just basically... It's basically a way of kind of gauging, you know... Oh, I don't have that set right. You need to be set to magnetite. Okay, it's still not as bad. Yeah, so that's the pin we're going to. So it's a little farther than I thought, but still not terrible. Oh wait, what do you got? And we got some mushrooms down here. As the temporal rifts can appear that are temporary rifts in space-time that hugely drop your stability when you're acts like a spawner. Yeah, that's when you have the actual rift mechanic turned on. I'm admittedly not a fan of the rift mechanic as it's currently implemented. I don't mind the idea of having a temporary spawner that hits nearby, but it's one of those things that they're just present, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And they'll, like, appear, you know, pretty much inside your house kind of thing, and just be like, alright, well you'll be, like, on your roof, but it can cause enemies to appear inside your home and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, well, it's ones where you're like, you know what? This isn't fun from the play-counterplay kind of standpoint, because with it, it's like, okay, when this shows up, what are you doing? Well, most likely, you're just leaving. Like, if it shows up and it's on the roof of your house, to avoid having a bunch of enemies spawn in your house, you just go away. And then you come back later. Or, like, you try and sleep. Alright. So, we have another copper spot. I will say, they must have buffed the rate that copper shows up, because I am finding a ridiculous amount of surface copper. I think in my other playthroughs, most of the time I only end up finding like 2, maybe 3 for the entire playthrough. And some of these times when I'm taking like a journey to a new area, I'm finding 2 or 3 in that one journey. And so you found yourself just not running away from your field, so the rifts there despawn, backing into a front. Not fun. You're playing without rifts. Yeah, I turn off the rifts in mine. I have all the other mechanics turned on, like the instability, storms, all that kind of thing. But like to me, a lot of the stuff like the rifts and all that's like that's the thing they really need to rework. I also find it annoying that half the time to loot them, you need a knife on you. It's like, look, man. Am I, like, cutting its body open to find a rusted gear inside? What's exactly going on here? I'll pull you out and you out. Yeah, so we're going pretty far down here. So this place is going to get pretty sketch. As you can see, the wheel for our stability going down is starting to turn, because as you go deeper, that is just a thing that happens. And we're deep enough that it is just turning. Okay, so that's not the way we saw things. Was that circling back to... That's just a hollow spot over there? Okay. There's less in that direction. I am curious what's over there. Alright. So, I hate that situation a great deal. Oh, we're absolutely going to have something drop on our heads. Actually, if we can confirm that that's down below, let's change our plan here. Because with all that area up there for enemies to spawn on me, I'm 100% having something super dangerous plop on my head. So we're going to go right like this. We're going to plug that tunnel up. Is it permadeath? No. Honestly, I don't think this game would lend itself particularly well to permadeath. There's too many kind of like BS ways you can die, especially with the enemy scaling. With the enemy scaling in this game being just so over the top. If you went permadeath, I think one of the first things you'd do is you basically be completely risk averse to doing anything. Yeah, bear run over. Like it'd be you wouldn't engage with anything until you hit the point that you've got like plate armor or something going on. Which would be very unlikely to happen anytime. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. We had just like I'm doing right now, and I had like a random like scorpion thing, but it was like the end game kind of like max difficulty one because we were deep, and it just walked up and one shot me. And I think that time it was even actually wearing armor. It just, yeah, the saw blade. Yep. And it was just one of those things, like, it just came up and just basically one-tapped me out of existence. And that was playing with, like, loot drop and everything. Yeah, because it was all my junk kept falling, and the worst part was it's just so long to get there. It's some reasons why this run I actually turned off the loot drop mechanic entirely. It's funny, I made the comment a couple times on the channel. I enjoy playing games on permadeath. I play a lot of permadeath games. Like I honestly say most of the games I play when it comes to long-term or permadeath, when you think about it, like I play RimWorld, you know, without doing the, like, playing the commitment mode, it's effectively permadeath. I play lots of Project Zomboid without any mods to change the, like, the survivability or anything like that, so that's permadeath. We've done, like, Subnautica. Oh, did we do Subnautica permadeath? I don't think we did Subnautica permadeath. We did, like, Hardspace Shipbreaker permadeath. Yeah, no, exactly. I do feel like the pacing of Vintage Story makes it particularly not good for permadeath as well. To me, the bigger issue is the ease of being able to, like, be BS killed. Where just, you're in a room, something spawns in directly on top of you, and then one-taps you. There are those games. Yeah, there are those games that are just, like, not a good fit for permadeath. And it's rich magnetite on top of that. I was a little worried because this node is definitely not as big as the node we did most of our last playthrough. I don't think our node in the last playthrough was rich. But yeah, so as you can see, our stability is crashing fast. And so, if it starts to get too bad, things will be able to spawn right next to me and all that. It's like you're being the same as being in a temporal storm or whatever. Alright. There's our first pickaxe busted. We have 2 of them. The first pickaxe is pretty spent when we arrived. Let's focus on the stuff at this height. And don't worry about the stuff above us quite yet. Oh, digging a hole, diggy hole, yep. Had to do it, yep. That is understandable. Yeah, so we're starting to have a decent number of enemies spawning around me. Once this room gets a little bit bigger, we will have to worry about stuff spawning in here. I chose the common class, but we actually have disabled the class limitations. The class limitations, I think, are really only meaningful in multiplayer to have different stuff going on. Especially if there's a decent number of things class-wise that you kind of don't get the heads up. It'll be the last recipe in the entire sequence will be the one locked behind, you know, whatever your class is. And it's really easy to, like, look at it from the materials along the way and not realize you're dealing with a class recipe and start putting the time in to make the materials for doing it. And it's a very feels bad, man. I did that one run with the bow. I started, you know, going through the process of drying the bow and all that kind of stuff, only to realize I couldn't actually make it, and I was pretty salty about that. Okay, we're out of food. Well, we're out of, like, proper food. I've got some mushrooms I grabbed. Yeah, so you can see here how significant, like, an iron vein is, and this is, like, nowhere near as big as I've seen. But with this, we're gonna have, like, tons and tons of iron. The stability is going to go down. We won't be able to stay too much longer before I'm going to probably need to go up top. How did insanity work anyways? So it's not insanity, it's temporal stability. Basically, the idea is when you go deep enough, there are also certain places of the maps that are just inherently unstable. But you go to these kind of places, and it slowly goes down. As it goes down, things will spawn more and more aggressively around you. And I believe they can also increase the severity of whatever's spawning, but I'm not too confident on that one. But once it starts to get low enough, you will start having everything get, like, trippy and weird. Yeah, at like 15%, your character basically has all sorts of issues. Alright. Our room's starting to get big enough we have the risk of things spawning in the room with me, regardless of stability. I remember the last major Iron Vein I did in the game, I ended up having to segment off the room with fences, so that crap spawning on the other side of the room wouldn't just hit me from there. Okay, there is more here. Alright, pretty soon we're gonna need to leave due to stability. Otherwise, I'm gonna have some really wild stuff summoning down here, and I do not have any armor. So they'll literally walk up and then hit me, and I'll be dead, and that'll be that. We did a pretty good job tearing into this spot. Did you not jump scare me like that, enemies? It's just being totally silent there and then start just creepy voicing like right in my ear. Being very greedy and I shouldn't be. Yeah, I do like when they roll on their back. And do that whole animation. That also works out great, because while they're doing that, you could just wail on them for several seconds without any concern. I'm starting to reach the end of the node on this side. Yep, pretty much. I'm watching that stability decline rapidly. And mine's collapse not by default. There is a setting for it, but it can be an interesting gimmick, but it's also pretty terrible at times. Because unfortunately the game doesn't generate them with the considerations of collapsing in mind. So when you have the mine collapse thing turned on, you will just walk and have the floor fall out from underneath you, which a lot of times will just bury you and then that's it. Why is the spider? I mean, there's not spiders, but there's the four-legged things that crawl and chuck stuff at you. Alright, so I only got 2 tiles of inventory left. Make it 3. And our pickaxe is almost spent. So my big... Oh, we're getting a twitchy camera. I need to be out of here. Yeah, we do... It's... We outie. Twitchy camera. Twitchy camera means things are starting to get wild. So we did deplete most of it. I think we would have had a full inventory before we fully depleted it. But we gave that one a pretty good hit. So what we would end up doing there is, like, the next time I need iron, I go out there, clean out whatever's left in there. And we go around the edges and do the check for nearby ore on all the edges. And then if we do that, there's a chance we might find more with how high the concentration of iron is on this tile. If not, that's fine. Okay. And now we can get home with a whole lot of iron. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? It's too late now, but I should have taken the time to put the bloomeries. I should have had those going the entire time while we were out there doing that. Because then we could have come back and had them already done. It's fine. But yeah, if you missed why we just immediately noped out, there's certain effects that come into play as your stability gets lower and lower. And for me, kind of the, yeah, the stability is increasing now because I'm no longer in an area of low stability. Generally speaking, when you go deep enough, it's always low stability. Whereas sometimes there's certain spots on the map that are low stability. That's actually what things we ran into on this run, is us trying to find a waterfall I could use. And it was just one of those things that I kept finding them, but I kept finding them only in low stability areas. Which means I couldn't realistically use it because it'd just eventually have monsters spawning on me at my home. Didn't go north fast enough, so now we're all up in the hills. I very much need to take the time to make a couple of roads that crisscross through these areas. So when I get into all this, I can immediately... Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. This is fine. I'm going too far north. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's fine. I've got so much flaxseed and all that at home. Oh yeah, the ruin we found that we're able to go deep underground and check stuff out. Yeah, broadly speaking, when the gear is spinning to the left, your stability is going down. When the gear is spinning to the right, your stability is going up. And if it's either full or they're like in a neutral state, it'll just stop spinning. All right. Maybe what I could even do is, as we discover traders nearby, make road connections to each, you know, like to like the next closest trader, that kind of thing. Couldn't tell where it went. Are you going to steal their leads from the llamas? I have no idea what you're talking about. Minecraft? I haven't played a whole lot of Minecraft in a very long time. I did play a little bit this year, with Twitch doing like all the partnerships with Minecraft. And I had a good time with it. But it is kind of a thing that this game has kind of ruined Minecraft for me, where Minecraft can be fun, but with how it's not nearly as deep. Do the traders stay in the same place? Yes. Gotcha. Putting all my stone away. You thought they're wandering traders? There might be. Because it used to be they had their carts, but they were stationary in their carts. But now they've actually got, you know, places that look like they should be stationary. It's entirely possible that maybe that's a change, that now they'll move around. Okay, so we don't need anything else down here. Yeah, so if we look here, I got the mining bag. It's got 12 slots. We crafted that earlier. And it can only do, like, ore mining stuff, that kind of thing. So it's a bunch of inventory, but it's inventory that can only be used for a very specific purpose. That's how much iron we got. All of this is iron. We are good on iron for a hot minute. I'll toss that in there for mining again. Oop, put you back up on the wall. I'll put you in my bag because I won't need you for a little bit. Okay, so things we need to do now. Drop you in here, grab this. So I'm going to need a bunch of sticks and a bunch of dried grass. Are you quenching now? We haven't done a quenching yet. My understanding is quenching kind of only makes sense. Well, you physically can't do it for anything but steel, iron, and whatever. Only certain metals benefit from quenching at all. So we're just now getting to the point where we could try it. I'm suspecting when it comes to quenching, probably the point it makes sense is with steel. Because steel is such a process to get going. Being able to boost its durability. Because it's, you know, I assume it's percentage based, not flat number. If it's percentage based, steel being so much of a higher number should get way more mileage out of it. that. You should be over here. Let's see, I mean, it takes a bit of time, forge time. The first quench is risk-free, I think. So it'd make sense to quench everything at least once you can. Well, only iron and steel, and there's like one other thing, can be quenched at all. Like, it doesn't do anything unless you do that. Like, it actually, where you look up the information on quenching, it flat out says, like, it doesn't work on copper or anything like that. Like, it doesn't do anything. Whereas iron and steel, it in theory, like, it should benefit. Okay, we need to make our soup. We're getting the hunger that only hands can satiate. Yeah, iron onwards. I have to look at what goes into the quenching and how meaningful it is. Oh, it's fine. Alright, bear with me, chat. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Yeah, that was one of the story places that had a bell at the end of it, which summons tons of monsters. I remember walking through, getting like stuck on every little rock, trying to get to the end of the hallway. Just hearing the ding, 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 and just be like, no. It's like, just no, man. I'm getting stuck in everything. There's no way I'm fighting down in this hole. I think we were like out of food and everything too at that point. I've been pushing for a long time, and so it's just definitely one of those ones like, nah, man. We're turning around and leaving this place. Yeah. No, bells are definitely extremely dangerous. Like, the chainsaw scorpion things, they're the ones that one-tap you so hard. Like, they're dangerous from the perspective of just hitting you like a truck. But the bells, they summon so much, and they're so tanky. So trying to just run up and just murder the bell really fast, the classic, you know, if you've got something that's going to summon enemies, you kill the thing that summon enemies as fast as you can to get it out of there. But in that particular case, it's like, nah, man, it's got just too much health. Alright. So, I need sticks. I've got 20... Actually, we'll see. I still need sticks. Do you mind giving Nubia some tips? The stage after the beginning of the Bronze Age seems quite frustrating to you. Do you suggest ways to obtain iron and other items without having to dig? I mean, without having to dig, I don't think there's a reasonable path to collect items with iron without digging. I think that's just, unfortunately, just how it works. Like, you can kind of go to ruins and loot to get stuff, but I mean, you're not gonna get nearly enough materials. Like, I got maybe 15 or 20 iron ore. Meteoric iron? I think you need actual iron tools to get meteoric iron. I could be wrong because I've honestly not used the meteoric iron hardly ever. But I thought it was those things you had to get like your first iron pick and then you get your meteoric iron. But the wiki it looks like the water wheels are only building on naturally spawned rapid flowing water. You can't just build your own generators. Gotcha, so you need to find like an actual thing. You need an iron anvil to smith meteoric. That's what I remembered. I couldn't remember if it was you couldn't mine it, but there was something that you needed to do the meteoric. Like, don't get me wrong, you could go down, get your first batch of iron, and then once you get that, switch over to meteoric. But it's also a kind of thing where you can find meteoric. Finding it sufficiently is going to be the big question. Versus, one of the nice things about iron is once you locate it, the iron nodes are just so generous most of the time that you find one node and you just keep working that one node for a very long time. But yeah, as far as like when you're talking about not digging, is the thing that's frustrating you with it the actual going deep underground? And then if so, is it like locating it? Is it fighting the enemies? That's the frustrating part. Because I could probably give you some tips there to mitigate whatever it is that's frustrating you. But unfortunately, I do believe the digging is kind of a necessity, unfortunately. Just not lucky enough to find deposits at all? Gotcha. There's actually stuff you can do around that. And I'll show you here in a minute. Because I've actually had pretty good luck for many runs on finding iron. Like, I had one run when I was, you know, pretty new to the game that iron gave me a lot of grief. But yeah, so it's kind of one of those things when you look at the game. So what you'll probably notice I do, all these dots are my survey areas. So I'll just keep surveying like every roughly screen of my mini-map. And we look at the magnetite, which is iron. So you see I've got all these little pins from where I've gone. And I keep kind of going until I see where I've got one that's like really good. So I got an ultra high here. And you can kind of see like I went this way, it was going up and up and up and then down, so I backtracked up. Okay, well that's lower. Down, you get the idea. So you kind of triangulate to find the sweet spot. And I found most of the time if I do that, a lot of times I either come straight down on what I'm looking for, or if not straight down on it, I can kind of go to like about where the different types of material switches. Go like, you know, 6 tiles below that and cut across. You know, go like each of the cardinal directions about 12 tiles. And then, you know, do the prospecting down below, or do like the thing where you check for nearby. And I found most of the time I will get what I'm looking for doing that. I haven't had too many problems. How do you prospect? So the way you prospect is you grab the prospecting pick. This thing right here in my hand. And let me just run over here so I'm actually prospecting someplace that makes sense. So like, let's look at like this. So if you look at the top of the screen on my mini map, I've got that yellow dot. It's right about to reach the edge. So around here, I would oh, never mind. 1 second. Bad dog. Bad dog. I was expecting to back off. Alright, that is not what I was really aiming to have happen right there. Alright, now back to what I was doing before I was getting horribly mauled by a wolf that ran out into the night. Is I would go until I got my dots kind of towards the edges of the map. Doesn't need to be perfect, this isn't an exact science. But then what I usually will do is I'll dig a little spot. If I see some exposed rock, I'll do that. But we dig down to stone. Now I take this, and I switch it to density search mode, which is it should be U on, oh, was it? No, it'll be F on your keyboard. I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, so I have to think about it. So I hit the first block, and I look for a block 4 tiles away. And I do it again. And then same thing, 4 tiles away. And I do it again. And now if we look down here, I got my results. It says there's very poor amounts of bismuthite here. There's very poor amounts of native copper. Minuscule amounts of bituminous coal and cinnabar. And so when we look at our map when I leave this area, you'll see that basically the ore here sucks. And what that tells me is to not bother digging here. This place sucks. We don't come back to this place. It's stinky. Yeah, so now if we look at our mini-map, you'll see that's got a red pin that's nothing worthwhile. But just kind of do that. And generally what I do is I won't do that like looking for iron specifically. What I'll do is I'll kind of just, as I'm wandering the area. Would you hush, wolf? If it wasn't dark, I'd go chasing you. Yeah, I hear it. I'm not sure that's the same wolf. We got one over there and one over here. And the one I injured went this way. I'm just... Okay, I was about to say, I was down to one hit. Meanwhile... I'm hearing a lot of wolves out here. I do have a full stack of sticks, which is the whole reason we came out here in the first place. Yeah, and that's the reason why I was like, if we were on better health, I think I'd go hunting them to try and get ourselves some more hides and all that. But I'm like, okay, I'm in the one-tap territory. And while when I can see and I know where the wolf is, I feel pretty confident in a fight. Wandering around in the dark and the rain where it's hard to hear him and all that, that's asking to get snuck up on. Oh, weird, I got my cooking pot back. Because earlier we had it vanish. It's no good. I don't need that much, but that's fine. Because what we'll do is we'll start that going. You have to try that in your own game later. You're literally running around like a headless chicken. Yeah, no, if you don't prospect, it is one of those things about this game that you can literally spend all your time digging in a place that literally will not have what you're looking for. Like if you're searching the wrong place, you just won't find it. It's an old bug. If you know which inventory slot the item is invisible occupying, you can grab it and make it visible again. Gotcha. Some sinking shoe? Gotcha, as long as you don't, like, actually lose it, because it's like, okay, this could actually end really bad if you lost something important. Alright, so this will get our fire clay bricks going. And then with that, we'll be able to make 4 bloomeries. You can seal that. Grab you. Scrape you. Grab you. Scrape you. Grab you, throw the fat there. Oh, I need to grab the cooking pot. Throw the fat there. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There, that way we don't waste wood. Okay, what else do we use the rendered fat for now? So we've got the rendered fat. We can use that for a ceramic oil lamp. Not going to bother with that. We can use that for oiling stuff. Alright, we're going to use it for all the mechanics. Yeah, so we're going to want to save that, because we're going to need a lot of it. Okay, so one thing we should do now is let's get in our thing of tannin going. And when we get our actual dedicated tanning place, like I said, we're gonna get a spot to drop a water source in. We are doing our farm as if we can't move water sources just because, but like I don't want to do this kind of nonsense all day. Okay, so now we want to go over here to this and grab you. So I've got that being made. For right now, I can drop your pelts in there. Because those won't rot anymore. That's the reason we did that, is now they're good. But we'll need to improve them for leatherworking. Because I want to say there's not much I could do. Yeah. With them in this state, where they've been scraped, we just have to switch it to prepared high, which will then become leather. And once we have leather, you see we got all sorts of stuff. Which we can then make leather backpacks, which are slightly larger than my linen ones. And I want to say there's a sturdy leather backpack, but the sturdy leather backpack is way more complicated to make. We can also make leather armor, which is usually what I end up using a lot of the game, because there's not too many penalties for leather armor compared to a lot of the other stuff. Alright, so we got that all going. I mean, honestly, let's go grab our seeds. Never mind, we'll have overstack. It's fine. And both of those use nitrogen as their primary fertilizer. Okay. I can plant the flax up there. Okay, so the next up would be the, chuck you down. And I very much doubt we're getting the fennel before the season's over. Oh, that one wasn't quite ready. Give me the flax. Ow. Get back here. Picking fights and then running off. Are you kidding me? Another one? I don't see it though. Let's get in here and drop off stuff. Yeah, another bandages, and you can use that, but like, they take some materials and all that makes them a little bit of a process. So generally speaking, you tend not to use them just out and about. Grab you, drop you in. Huh. Just keep getting more and more and more stuff to drop in here. Actually, it's starting to get low on multiple types. The answer to that's going to be continuing to grow the onions whenever we get the chance, because that is one of the only ones I know that uses the pea as its primary. Okay. Taking so much the way of root crop. I need something that can accept nitrogen. That'll work great. You go ahead and take this. And run back up here. Cool. And this time I went ahead and brought you with me, so at least this end field here we can get sorted. I do see the animals are running away. You never made aqua Vige bands. The alcohol evaporates off them. Yeah, and I never got too heavy into the bandages stuff. I made them like once or twice. It's like, this is a lot of work. And they're pretty decent. But even then, they're not like instant healing. Alright. We got some rabbits down there. I don't have a lot of inventory space to work with, but... Got him. I should hunt them next, but I need the inventory space. Okay, drop off all of the crops we grabbed. I still need to go where we made this ledge too wide most of the way up here. I still need to fix that. I do not expect most of these crops are going to make it in this set, by the way. Most likely the cold's going to get to them before I do. Alright. So I'm gonna pop over here, drop off the seeds. We can run down here. Chuck some of that in there. Yeah, one thing I'm definitely going to want to do is over time these need to be separated out. That way we can start having like one of these for the carrots, one of these for the other ones, that kind of thing. And then when one starts to get way ahead of the others, we can just stop producing that. Alright, so we can get all this going, put you on the wall. We have a bunch more opportunity for bone meal to deal with. Actually, grab you out of there. Okay, we can pop over here real fast. Cook the red meat. I think the idea is to bring a jug or bucket of alcohol with you and dry bandages to make them as you need them. But basic horsetail spawns in empty farmlands, or it could even find it in the forests. Reed's bandages are cheap. Yeah. Okay, so we got the thread. Alright. And that's where I'm looking at where we can get the plain cloth. You know, the plain cloth, we can make ourselves a lot of clothing. You have all your different styles and all that. We'll end up just having like straight up normal clothes. But yeah, so that gives me two Celsius resistance. And then we can also make the pants, which gives us an extra 2 Celsius. Yeah, because we definitely have these where they don't help at all. And then we can make the shirt and all that. I'm basically waiting until the cold starts to be a problem. And I'll start working on the stuff. Okay, that's all still going. We had some boars at the bottom of the hill, and I got inventory space now, so let's go say hi to the boars. And by that I mean I'm going to impale them with spears. Alright, first boar handled. Where's your friend? It's definitely a smart idea to, you know, corner an animal. Alright. So I actually got some meat. This is going great. Had not hit them to save my life. I knew that was gonna happen too. I was like, I just want my spears back. It was just a lot of goats. And there's gonna be no way it's gonna get them to go away. Yeah, and the problem is I'm not gonna be able to save the meat very long. Oh, hey. Give me those. Come on. Okay. I forgot that you can have the spear fall on them, it still does some damage. Okay. Alright. Because I'm more focused on the leather. So annoying. There we go. It's the fact that you just like zip around everywhere and don't move in a consistent line at all makes them so hard to hit. Alright, so we got a ton of meat, but you see the meat's only good for 2 days. And that's the problem. Now, there is ways, I think you can get like salt and salt the meat, but salt is a very, very like hard to come by kind of precious resource, so you really don't want to waste it on salting meat. If we got our stuff together, I could make meat pies, which will actually last a long time. You can just cook it straight up as meat. Like, just roast it. It's very inefficient on the fuel, but, you know, there's not many sources of protein in the game. At least not till you can get, like, soy or whatever. Alright, but we can do... Oh, yeah. That is gonna be some soup. It'll be our meat soup with our meat in the meat. Yeah, so get up to 5 days, good. Yep, so we are making 4 servings of hefty red meat stew. Okay. I've got a lot of raw fat. Alright, we got a bunch of that. Yeah, burned pies lasted an extremely long time. You are not wrong. They got tons of bones. Nature's out there just being absolutely aggressive as all get out. There's some mushrooms. Stack those away. The good news is all that fat. All that fat is going to put us in great shape whenever we want to make a windmill and all that. Oh, it's taking way more wood to cook all that meat. There's gonna be some ridiculously hearty soup. Okay, and these are still going for our bloomeries. So what do I need for my leaded windows? Okay, so we would need glass and we would need lead ingots. And the lead bits. Gotta remember which ones were lead. So lead ore. Ah, it's galena. I probably have seen galena. It's not particularly rare. Oh, well. I've not seen any meaningful amount of galena. The thing about Fallout 4 and how settlers can interact with nearby containers, and I'm not sure, but we'll be looking at the possibility of a mod that lets me, the player, lock either containers or power armor. I mean, that's cool. I'm sure that exists. Alright. Yeah, because as soon as we get the stew, we need to render our fat. Just hovering over our meat stew. I need to get more grains in our life. Okay, so I have to do it in 2 batches. Oh! Okay. That crap is 1700 satiation. What is my max? 1500? That's some hearty stew right there. Cool, and there is a bunch more fat. So that'll be good for when we go to make our mechanics, because all that requires fat. Probably need 1 more piece of firewood. Nope, I actually didn't need the extra firewood. Cool. So that gives me 12 fat. Alright, so let's see here. That's still all brewing. We have a mostly spent pickaxe. We're not gonna fuss about mining right now, because we're gonna be getting iron very, very soon. So what do I need to be doing? Let's check on our bees. Oh yeah, there are bees everywhere down here. Okay. Build a scarecrow? Oh, right, because I'll attack the scarecrow instead of me. I forgot that was a mechanic. But Burning Sun, how can I make sure I'm alive? I just need to remind myself that I am in fact alive. By not eating. But I like eating. Eating's great. Okay. I need to make more fence posts so I could get more of these beehives. You know, the way we've been doing them. That's fine. Okay, so those will be good for 6 days. The trick there is, the rest of my meat's not gonna last that long. I'm not super fussed if we lose the meat, though, because then it can become rot. And then we can use the rot to make our compost. Meanwhile, I can go here, grab you, get this, drop you here, seal it off. I just started going. It's going good. We're about to break into getting iron. So a couple things I want to do here. Oh, right. I remember now. That's fine. So we're going to have it go along here. There'll be a second track of water. It's fine. You don't have to replace it. It's fine. We'll stop messing with that. Alright, so I need more clay. We are getting pretty low on the clay front. Let's pop down here to where we've got our blue clay and just, you know, scoop up the rest of whatever we got down here. Tear it all up. Definitely need to put some work in to clean this up to not be so awful. Yeah, so as you can see, we got a whole mess here from where the blue clay is all over this. Okay. Okay, when I get all the blue clay up here, what I could probably do is use the dirt to kind of go along the sides here. Maybe paint up a little bit. We'll see. Alright. It's always been a weird thing, like, you know, the water mechanics of this are basically the same as Minecraft. It's just like the idea of the source block. I understand computationally just having a block that emits the water and it doesn't have to, like, calculate volumes or anything like that makes it easier. But it's always been a weird thing being like, okay, but no, really, either the water level should just go down or, like, it should just fill up or something. Okay. So with this, let's try and clean this crap up. Alright. How would that work in caves? I mean, that's this thing that there's like a lot of stuff you'd have to figure out. So what I'm trying to do here is just give it like a little bit of a ridge. So I can get to and from this without too much of a hassle. Taking a little bit of work just because of the overall area. Because otherwise I'll be fighting something and just fall into this and get mauled by it after that. Okay. What are you doing with the water? Right now, I'm just trying to make it not awful. This whole area was full of clay, and I dug up all the clay, and now I'm just trying to clean up the mess from digging up all the clay. Because it's right by my base, so I really kind of don't want it to be this whole big disaster. Okay. I actually think that leaks throughout the diagonal. I think it's just because there's enough water here that's doing that. You just can't just grab a bucket and even out the water like Minecraft? You can. In this case, I'm actually making this into a pocket, since we did clear out all that stuff. Alright. It is now all not cursed. We're here to clean up this one spot so I can actually climb out of it. Cleaning up the super fun site they created. Yep, got my resources. Just patching up and then we're out of here. What happens after that, I don't care. That's fine. I got plenty of low fertility dirt. But still got this nonsense I was doing down here. We're actually filling this in until our farm is actually on, you know, quote unquote, on the ground. Like I said, that'll get easier when we go through and we finally get our additional well, actually, that'll be interesting. I was going to say that'll get easier once we get our additional places for storing our stuff, but it's actually at a higher elevation. The important thing is we did get a bunch of those. Oh, I got a couple birch trees I pulled up, didn't I? There you go. There you go. Have a nice time. Now I got a ton of this clay. The only problem there is I don't really have the storage space for it. Okay. Let's see. Anything else I need to worry about? There's a shale block. We'll get on that in a second. Okay. So the next thing we're going to need to do is let's get ourselves a bigger charcoal pit. Considering the one I had, I've gotten rid of because we expanded where it was. At this point, I'm starting to actually get a lot of firewood stacked up. Perfect for making charcoal when we run out, which isn't going to be too much longer. Okay. Cool. So you want the space next to your base to look nice, but you're still going to be living on a giant orbital dirt platform. Well, I think the idea of what's going to happen is I'm going to make a tunnel down here into our, into the first of our cellars, and I'm going to start putting more cellars down there, which is going to eat up a lot of the space below us. This will be like kind of open space. The thing I really need to do now is get ourselves, basically our charcoal pit. I think the way I'm going to deal with this is we're going to go quarry some dirt. I mean we're going to quarry a heck of a lot of dirt. You might want to reconsider this. Okay, medium activity, so we got decent spawns today. So plan here is I'm just going to keep cutting down. Because of the whole like rock face area, I think just tearing it all up and letting the rock show will be fine. Just make it look more like, you know, a stone formation, that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, we'll go right here. Nick off the corner there. This will let me fix up a lot of stuff. I grab a bunch of dirt. The alternative is just get far enough away from your home that you don't really care. Okay, so we got all that sorted out. So, what we're going to want to do is get ourselves a charcoal pit. Now, if I remember, 11 by 11, 11 is the absolute max. Well, I'll be ashamed to use this in this manner. I'm gonna. Okay. I go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. We can replant you over here somewhere. There we go. Alright. What does rammed earth do? It's just a different texture. All this earth I'm walking on here is rammed earth. It won't let grass grow on or anything like that. And that's all we're trying to do. Is just give ourselves a place that I can, you know, shove a bunch of stuff underground. The charcoal pit. Okay, so with this... There's you. There's you. There's you. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. All right. Getting our bloomeries all made. Okay. So with that, we go in here. And load these all up with iron. Where's like rammed earth as a building material? Looks close enough to stone. With less effort for mass production. Yeah. But the thing, you can make it look like brick, you can make it look like a bunch of different things. So it's a pretty good choice for like, hey, I just need filler material here. It does a pretty alright choice there. Oh, don't put my meat in there. Alright. Cool, we can drop you in there. Grab the charcoal. Alright, there's one. There's two. 3. Alright, so we got a bunch of iron ingots going. That'll be good. Well, iron blooms or whatever going, so that'll be good. So my plan here... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then the extra one for the border. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, the extra for the border. And for the record, I do not anticipate filling this thing up to the brim at any regularity. Basically, all the extra firewood I just chuck in the bottom until I run out of charcoal, and then wherever it's at, I smooth it out, pile it up, and call it a day. Well, I went too far. That's fine. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I can just sit there fine. Alright. Now's the tricky part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then the extra one for the corner. Okay, and this is where it's going to get tricky. Let's go ahead and truck the shale up here and make herself a bunch of shovels. Because I got digging to do. It's not the right thing, but that's fine. I'll make one of those too. Okay, I'm not going to worry about using a really nice shovel with this. We're just doing a bunch of digging. It's actually one of the things I do find kind of not worrisome, but difficult. Is you start getting like really, really good shovels like the bronze and the iron ones. And those are good, they last for a long time and all that. But it can be a problem that you run into where you get those really fancy shovels and you're trying to do anything with precision, you just blast through multiple tiles. Okay, so let's grab you, and you, drop you back, put you here, put you back in your box right now. Enjoy our incredibly hearty soup. That soup is ridiculous. It's two full hunger meters per bowl. Alright, so let's grab our first one here. Okay. That's the depth I need to go. Now we're just gonna frame this out. Because once I framed this out, then I can just clear out the middle part. I could use the shale here we're pulling to make more shale cobblestone. And use that for our actual long-term tannery once we have space for it. Am I making an absurd pit again? I always do. The way I look at it is if I take the time to space it and everything, even if I only fill one layer on the bottom, that's fine. So I kind of just don't see a reason not to do it. Okay, that makes us the corner here. Cool. Now we run over to this corner. Repeat the process. Not like you have any big plans with giant space anyways? Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay. Because it's also sloping downhill, I'll actually probably have to fill in the ground not too far from here. Okay. We're also killing time while our bloomeries are making iron. Oh. Well. It's not exactly what I want, but okay. Oh yeah, no, usually... So we actually... Was it the first run? We actually did have one of the runs we did where I did make a maximum size one of these and completely filled it up to the top. It honestly wasn't as bad as you'd think either. There. Which is, yeah, but I mean, if you go and you cut down a redwood or whatever, you get a lot of wood per tree. But it's also one of those things, like, I wasn't just, like, running around specifically going, okay, I need to, like, fill my thing up. And, you know, just doing that. I can't remember what we were doing that I kept needing to cut down more and more trees for whatever. But yeah, it's just one of those things that just gradually over time. I ended up with as much as I needed. Oh, I think it was, I remember where we were doing the, it was one of the ones we just had like this giant forest and they had to keep carving away the forest to make room for what I was trying to like build. And so it kept just going out farther and farther because they kept collecting more and more of the kept collecting more and more and more berry bushes. And so my berry bush orchard just required me to do that. And so we were just like slowly, meticulously carving our way into the forest. Okay. But yeah, because there's also those things that kept replanting the trees constantly, and that was not on one of the difficulties where the trees take forever to grow. Keep waiting for this thing. It's going to break any time now. Alright. So then, where we've got that all sunk in for the border, now you can just start peeling down the rest of this. And it'll give me a bunch of dirt for filling in, filling in the walls, but also filling in underneath my farm. And we're gonna get a whole bunch of slate. Yeah, it's just full of trees needing removal. Would take forever. Yeah, and those kind of things. It was like, I would end up planting, because each time I'd run out, I'd end up grabbing like 4 or 5 or 8 berry bushes, and end up having to cut down a tree, you know, to make room for it. And I'd go out and grab another, you know, couple berry bushes, like while I was doing other things, like looking for copper or iron or whatever it was. It was just kind of one of those things that I was regularly cutting down a tree or 2 or 3. And yeah, the amount of wood just added up a lot. I also had that, I was making these roads going in each of the cardinal directions. And so they would keep cutting through the forest, and I'd cut down any trees that were in the way of the road as well. Like, it was a long time, I'm sure. But it was one of those things, it was, you know, 10 or so different projects going on. And that they're all kind of, all getting progress together. It is one of those things that I haven't done it since that run, but I really liked those roads I made in that run, because it was just one of those things like, oh, I need to go over to this area to the east. And yeah, the road just took freaking forever. I did like multiple streams of just road building. Well, I mean, that's not just road building. It was road building and then going back and doing some blacksmithing and all that for tools and whatnot. Doing some farming, doing whatever. But like the main effort was road building. But it ended up being a thing that once I got those roads built, anytime I was running home, every little bit of road I had just shortened up the journey. Didn't mean to switch to that. Rome was proud of you. It was the whole thing. I also even was experimenting with having the roads be different types, the whole thing. Do you have those roads going home with no food? Yep. The number of times, like, I hit the road and I just blasted the terrain the whole way over was not just a few times. Because that was also, Those roads end up being really helpful a number of times for getting away from various animals. Because it could just hit the road and just fly away real quick. And I know I should go up top and get the shovel, but I'm like, man, I got one layer left. Let's just get it done. By the time I climb out of this hole and get back down here. Okay. Yeah, because then for people who haven't seen, usually what I'll do here is then I'll keep one stack of firewood in the house next to my stove and all that, which is usually plenty. And then all the rest of the firewood I just start chucking in the bottom of the pit. And then each time I need to replenish my firewood in the house, I end up with a bunch of extra firewood I just chuck in the pit. And I basically just go until I run out of charcoal, and whatever amounts in here, even if it's only 1 or 2 layers deep, I'll set it off. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's get this one last little wedge of dirt to pull up. Like I said, I'll end up needing to make myself another shovel. I'm only doing it this way because we're waiting on the bloomeries. We're already down here. It's another 10-20 blocks. Not that much. Yeah, no, I also remember on the ocean one just building more and more platform out farther and farther. I don't even remember where we got... Oh, I remember where we got all our material. That's right, we had built, and it was like... I had made that map, and we were on the island. The entire island was super mountainous, the whole thing. And because it was something like 80% water coverage or 70% water coverage, I don't remember what I set it for, but it was very, very high on that map. Like, there wasn't another island for a very long distance, so I kind of really had to stay on the island. And so I just kind of chose an area that had, like, a little bit of a water inlet. And it was just kind of this steady progress of, like, tearing a bunch of dirt off the hill, bringing it on down, building out a platform out into the water, going back up the hill. And then, you know, just all of it was packed dirt. Just this giant packed dirt foundation. Remember using the pit to fight off multiple bears and wolves? Oh yeah. Because, like, especially with the hill right there was no real room to fight. So I just had my charcoal pit I made. And so I'd poke the animal, I'd run to the other side of the pit and have it fall in. There's a clip or two where I tried to do it and I messed up. Like, I had a bear chasing me and I ran for the pit and it, like, de-aggroed. And so I was like, you know, okay, bring the bear. And I probably should have just thrown a spear at it from a distance. But I ran up and poked it and immediately turned around and slapped me and instant killed me. Because that run I was playing on, like, all the animals having the Homo sapien stats. So they do a bunch of extra damage and all that. Alright, so pit is completely depleted of the dirt. I fully expect this pickaxe to break literally any second now. There it goes. Alright. Okay. So I got all that. I was gonna hold off using this dirt because I could use it for other stuff, but let's get this as sorted as we can. We have to ship in more dirt. Okay. We can get you. Cool. Oh, maybe not. I missed the 2 stacks that are in the bottom of the inventory. Okay. Alright, do this. Do that. Okay. Because even if I don't end up needing it, it's those things making a bunch of the rammed earth. That's fine. I can use that for filler just as much as anything else. Alright. Cool. That's one side done. I'm gonna have to get so much dirt for this. I have wildly underestimated how... Like, I figured pulling all that dirt out of there would have got enough, but I didn't think of the fact that so much of that was stone down below. It's fine, we go quarry more dirt. We'll check to see how our iron's doing. Quarry more dirt, all that kind of good stuff. Get our second round of soup going. Alright, that's all we got. Sir, no trespassing. Okay. We're gonna need to quarry way more dirt. We can go ahead and grab these flowers we grabbed. Run those down for our bees. Make sure they're happy bees. Okay, so pretty much what we're going to be waiting on now is we're going to need to get our iron. One of the problems we're going to run into is if I want to get into steel, I need to get my iron anvil, which means borax. Okay, so these look like they're all done. Now I break them apart. And I get a bunch of iron blooms out of it. I get some of my fire clay back. I knew I was doing it too right when I clicked. I was like, wait, I need to not shift click because I'll make these and not have enough spare to make the other part of it. And I just went too fast. Alright, so that does mean I need to make more fire clay bricks. That's gonna happen anyways. Oh, the fire clay's in there, isn't it? So let's go here. Where were you? Oh, it's not there. It's, Okay. Oh, the fire clay, it's gone so fast. All that fire clay, and I've already got it down to like 1 stack left. That hurts. Like, you get it, it just vanishes nearly instantly. So grab the scythe, I'll end up needing that. Where's the grass? There's the grass I have, that's probably not enough. So one thing I ought to do is create a big open flat area for the grass to grow in really high. Just so it comes time to replenish. I can make this as fast as we can get it. Alright. So the big question is, there's quenching now, and I have not looked into how to do that at all. So we'll wanna take a peek at that. We have the charcoal in our inventory still from doing all our stuff. Let's go ahead and get the shale. Drop that off here. So next up we need the sticks. Then finally we can grab the firewood I got over here. So another thing we should probably do, I should probably go hunting for peat. We've got it all around us. If I dig up a bunch of peat, that actually works really well for this kind of stuff. I can't remember if we can replace the sticks and the firewood, or if it's just the firewood. But either way, you can just go and like grab a bunch of shovels, go through a bunch of digging real fast, and have it all sorted pretty quick. Alright. So get your bowl ready. And grab a stack of firewood here. Just take it all for a moment. Okay, so we would need 16 meat to make the same thing we just ate again. Let's grab you. Alright, so it perishes in 4 days. So you can start that cooking, because it takes forever. And that'll give it a lot longer till it rots. Okay, we can just let that cook. Alright, now this is the thing that gets really laborious. Because when it comes to making the iron, like into actual tools, so we got this, it's an iron bloom. It's basically the iron and carbon kind of mashed together. So not really what we're looking for. I should ditch more of this junk that's in my inventory. Like, it's what you need to make the iron, but like it's got a bunch of extra crap we don't want in it. We got to deal with that. That'll be a whole thing. Get our tongs ready. But it ends up being a whole process of like, heat up the iron, bang out all the crap. That's one iron ingot. And a whole bunch. Instead of just doing this way, I'm going to try and like bang it into an ingot, put it there, and then like immediately turn around and make it a tool. I'm hoping this will be good enough. I haven't tried doing the iron with the brown coal again, but we'll see. If I need to use charcoal, that's fine. Too cold to work. Yep, okay. So we cannot use brown coal. It's got to be full-on charcoal. I can't, like, swap it, can I? Nope, okay. Well, that just means I've got to wait. That's fine. Let's go over here and make ourselves our shovels. Pull up the forge. Yeah, it'll probably work. Because yeah, I can pull up the forge, put it back down, put charcoal in there. They don't imagine, like, destroy the forge or anything like that, which would be the biggest concern. Alright, so swap you back in here. Cool. That worked. Charcoal. Alright, so with that... Ow, ow. Look, man. It's only 600 degrees Celsius. It's not that hot. The numbers don't even mean anything in Celsius. They're not real. Oh, right. They added bellows to the game. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah, so it's a bunch of leather and all that. Interesting. Iron only gets barely above the working temp without the bellows. Interesting, because it used to be not that big of a deal. Yeah, no, if it ends up being a big, tedious thing, then we'll have to get bellows. It makes sense that bellows would be required, but we'll see. Okay. Long stream? Yeah, I normally go 9 hours. We're going a little bit over because I'm just in the progress of things. I should have probably looked what I needed to do to quench. I probably don't have the temperatures I need, though. Alright. That's all going fine there. Yeah, probably in this case, it almost makes sense to have two of these going, so I have like one heating up while I'm working the other. And honestly, grab that one back up. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this off to start working on it and put the ingot in there to warm the ingot back up. So that way I can make a hammer with this, so that if our bronze hammer runs out of durability, we'll be good. And then, you know, we'll kind of keep popping back and forth between stuff. Okay. Honestly, this specific thing was the one that led me to get Napster. Was just the number of iron ingots you have to do this to. When you get a helve hammer, it's a lot easier. Just put the helve hammer on it. You just plunk the ingot down there, and the helve hammer just goes thunk, thunk, and takes care of it. But, yup. It looks like you just barely have enough time to get this done before it cools off. Because I'm assuming when it dips below, like, 700, Okay. And I need you to be the hammerhead. Oh. Is that a mod, not having to manipulate? Yeah, that's Napster is the name of it. Yeah, no, I did a lot of this all by hand, like the old way and all that stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, so it definitely seems like we need to get a bellows going. I already am working on leather, so that should work out okay. Because that's the only thing I don't have for the bellows is the leather working. But yeah, no, without using Napster, this would just be tedious. Okay. But yeah, this a big thing with this is we would need the bellows, and then you just use the helve hammer, which you just hook up to windmill, and it's just a hammer that keeps hitting automatically for you. And so with the helve hammer just pounding away at it, you could just kind of have, you can actually like run two anvils at the same time and just have like, you put the bloom on this one, get this thing here, put the bloom on that one, go for this. You just kind of pop back and forth. And my assumption now is we'd have an extra step of hitting the bellows. Okay. Because I do need to replace my pickaxe. That's a priority. Yeah, so quench shatter chance, 5%. And it's quenchable at 815 degrees. So yeah, in order to quench it, I would need better stuff. And I'm just going to the charcoal I've already got burning in here is out. And then we're going to stop doing this right now. Because we definitely need to make the bellows happen, but this is fine. The important thing is I got my replacement pickaxe and I got my replacement hammer. Those are the two things we needed to make happen. With this setup then, I'm going to want to move my anvil more towards the center, because I'll probably end up wanting having a forge on either side. And then we could use the bellows to heat them up. And the reason we did the hammer first is, as you can see, we are burning through our bronze hammer pretty fast. Because while it's durable, we are doing a lot. Okay. Yeah, so next step is to get the bellows. We also want to keep getting the leather working going, because that'll give us bigger bags. Is the iron covered in fire clay? No, it's covered in charcoal. This is actually thing. This is I remember correctly. This is what's referred to as pig iron, the way it's made. But pig iron gets bits of the coal charcoal all over it, just due to the process of making in the bloomery. And then the idea is they would warm up the iron, and then they would try and work all the coal charcoal stuff off of it, the carbon. Which is one of the reasons why pig iron is considered, like, you know, a fairly low quality iron. Versus even, if I remember correctly, even a lot of modern irons effectively starts part of its life at kind of an equivalent of what pig iron was. Alright, 1 second. I'm just trying to prevent you all from getting stuck with another ad. Like, I want to say, like, the better iron, they started the process as effectively like a pig iron, but they kind of process it, you know, multiple times over to get the impurities out. I might run into problems here, because I think my bronze hammer is going to break halfway through this one. By the time I make my other hammer, I think this is going to get too cool. A lot about figuring out iron and steel is figuring out just how to make it hotter. Okay. And I did see for the first quench it said it's covered what's known as slag, which is all the impurities when refining the ore. Yeah. It's just, I believe the bulk of the impurities with the bloom furnace is the literal, like, coal charcoal you've got there. Because it gets, like, stuck in it from just the heating process. It's almost like a ceramic glass you need it. Gotcha. Well, that's interesting. Are you hammering ingots? I'm hammering it into ingots. Like, right now, it's kind of just a clump of metal with junk all over it. So we're knocking the junk off of it, and then shaping it into the ingot. Because, like, with modern stuff, you can liquefy iron. But the way this is presenting, the way we're doing this, we don't fully liquefy the iron to the point we could, like, pour it into a mold or anything like that. So we kind of have to work the metal into an ingot instead. Versus, like, with the iron and bronze and tin. Yep, it did get too cold. Yeah, this would be undoable without the bellows with, like... Not, like, literally undoable, but, like, you would not be able to enjoy this without either using Napster or having the bellows already set up. Because you'd be over here, like, knocking 5 or 6 pieces out, putting it back over there. So you kind of, like, go into it being like, okay, first we're going to chisel and just trying to aim for all the black spots, get that cleaned off, and then trying to reposition the bits of iron to make it into its ingot. Because considering it's like hitting it every single time and it's doing one block of effort, and we're barely getting across the finish line before it cools off too much. Okay. And the curious that I had, so the hammer is not quenchable. The pickaxe, oh, I probably had to do the head before I'm made into a hammer. So you can't, like, retroactively quench it. Yeah, so interestingly enough, the quench shatter chance is 5% on the pickaxe head, so you do not get a free quench. There is always a risk of a shatter, but it is a fairly low risk. The question you have from there, though, is what amount of percentage durability do I get for that? Because if I get a 10% increased durability and a 5% chance of shatter, over the long term, it should work out. Like, I should benefit. Because it means I would break roughly 1 out of every 20 pickaxe heads, but the other 19 that survived would go 10% farther. So at that point, it'd be effectively like getting an extra, what would be? An extra 1.5 or 1.9 pickaxes worth of durability. So it'd be like, for every 20 pickaxe, getting a pickaxe, like a freebie. Probably the last one I can get before I run out of fuel. But, on the plus side, I got my hammer, I got my pickaxe, then I got a nice little stack of ingots over here. The other reason you want the Helve Hammer is unless they changed it, the Helve Hammer didn't have a durability to it, versus your hand hammer does. So you could use the Helve Hammer to just knock out these and the plates without losing any durability at all. And then you could just use your hammer to make pickaxes and whatever else you wanted tools-wise. Like, that you had to do yourself. You couldn't use the Helve Hammer for it. But it would make your hammers, like, make your iron go way farther. Ooh, I think it pulled it off too early. We'll go as far as we can, but it didn't get to the full 750. It's only at 743. It does seem to wait a several seconds before it loses any temperature. So it's got like kind of a buffer timer to account for the player picking up and moving and that kind of stuff before the temperature just starts dropping. Now the catch is, if you're curious how you make steel, with what we've got here, the next step is I would take these ingots, and you seal them in a whole thing that you would then put a bunch of charcoal in there with it, you would seal it all with borax, and you put in this giant bloomery thing that you get even hotter, and it has to cook for multiple days at that, like, ridiculous temperatures. And then once you pull all that out, you gotta kind of do the same thing where you process the steel off of it. Okay. But the beauty is once you get your iron tools, that's probably what you're gonna use the most. The steel tools are way stronger. There's just so much time to get it all set up that it's good to get them, but like there is just a delay. Versus the iron is like, yeah, you've got this extra step, but you get the Helve Hammer, all that kind of going. It's not too big of a burden. But still, you've got a pretty strong bottleneck on how fast you can move stuff. Yeah, so that says I only got less than an hour of fuel left in there, which is really not much time. So this is the last one. Yeah, so the good news, I got a big old pile of iron ingots here. I got a bunch of iron blooms to use after that. So we can, like I said, we can make ourselves a spare pickaxe. We shouldn't need to, for our basic tools, we shouldn't need to stop using iron at any point, because we still have enough iron in here to be set for a long time. Like, the big problem we're going to run into is fire clay. We burned through our fire clay very rapidly so far. But at the same time, we got something like 20 some odd iron ingots out of that first batch of fire clay, and we do get about half to 2/3 or whatever it is of the fire clay bricks back. We just barely got that done in time. Okay, so meanwhile, chuck you in there. Yeah, so like all of that is magnetite. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stacks of magnetite left, plus those. We're in really good shape there. We can go ahead and for right now, I'll chuck the extra fire clay bricks in here. Yeah, so I could get this up to heat. The charcoal we used without the bellows only got to 750. So to be quenchable, I have to have it between 815 degrees Celsius and 1050 degrees Celsius. So I can't physically get it hot enough to be able to quench that. And I do need a pick now, so we're just using it. All right. Pick up the last little bit of this. And then all I need is a bunch of dirt, that we can pack the dirt on the sides and get that all sorted. And then all the firewood can just be piled up in the bottom of here. And like I said, basically I'll do that until we start getting like really low on charcoal. And whatever we got in here, I'll kind of just make a spot to accommodate it, torch it up. This will also give me more than enough for making our actual tannery. Okay. Oh, we can leave the hammer here. Alright. Actually, before I begin that, we've got... I already delayed the ads as much as it'll let me. So no matter what, an ad will play in, like, just over 8 minutes. And I should be wrapping up for the night. I've already gone an hour long, and I've been going long a lot lately. But I do hope everyone's had fun with this and all that stuff. I very much enjoy this game. I love the depth of everything going on here. It is a game that, like... It takes a while to do stuff, but it's very satisfying to get it done. Like, you know, yeah, the iron has like 8 steps to get through the whole process, but each step you're doing a new thing and all that stuff, and I very much enjoy it. If you haven't enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the stream, don't forget to drop that follow, that way you can find a way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all that kind of stuff, but the stream is going to end abruptly over there because I do not have a host ready on the YouTube side, but thanks so much for tuning in. And for all of you here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. And while that's